Hmm. Okay.
Anything else you guys want to look for or do while you're waiting?
How is there a lot of metal that I can see?
The fence has barbed wire around the top of it for sure. But the fence is made out of concrete. It's like a border wall, and then there's concrete across there's barbed wire across the top of it. There's also some type of metal gate that is in front of the lift, but it is currently open right now.
Let's see.
Hmm.
Indeed.
I'm out of questions.
I am out of questions. Okay. Anybody else have any besides him?
No, not really.
All right. So you guys are huddled there waiting when all of a sudden you hear, you know, this sound when you guys are at a concert and like they turn all the mics on and there's that kind of high-pitched squeal for just a second before they start playing, the feedback.
Yeah.
That's what you guys hear from in front of the facility. And then out of nowhere, you hear the loudest music begin to play. And the song that's playing is like akin to Arctic Monkeys. Like, it instantly slaps. All the people standing in the area, trying to look busy, all of their heads snap up and slowly move towards the front of the facility. And as you watch, there is one single person standing a little ways back in front of the gate. You're not sure, but Douglas, it looks like Vela to you.
Okay.
She's just standing there with her hands in her pockets.
I just kind of like look confused almost.
The men and women in the facility, they begin walking slowly towards the gate, guns raised. There is some kind of shouting, you can't tell what's going on. As this is happening, Iger kind of jumps up from where he's going, where he's crouched, and he says, "Alright, we're gonna move in. So I need you guys to be quiet. Quiet as you've ever been. Weapons, stay in your weapon form until we get inside. Deal?"
I'm already asleep.
Alright.
Iger looks over at you, Pidge, and he says, "You got any more of those smoke bombs on you?"
I grin.
He nods and looks towards the cameras and points, and he says, "When we get close, can you get us in there? Can you cover us?"
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna move fast. We're gonna move quiet. Let's go. And without warning, he, like, sprints down the decline of the side of the mountain. And the way that you guys are positioned, he's, like, coming down precariously, like, to land over the top of the gate. It is going to take an athletics check from all of you to land this. So,
even in weapon form?
No, just non-weapons.
Is that speed?
That would be dex.
To it?
That would be a dex
Dex?
check for you. Yes.
$23.
Okay. Herb, Pidge.
Roll 20.
What do I need to add to it?
Your dex. Phil, what was yours?
Is that Meister and weapon?
I will let you do both of yours, just because of your relationship with Eon and how you two function.
Okay. 23.
Okay. So you all managed to... Oh, wait. I gotta roll for him. Oh, yeah, you guys are good. So all of you managed to follow Iger, sliding down the side of this mountain, over the top of the fence, and landing behind one of the concrete buildings. It is as you guys are landing together in this huddle that there is a hail of gunfire from the front gate. There are people shouting and screaming. You hear phrases like, "What the fuck is that? That's not human!" Just awful, horrendous screams coming from the front of the area. Iger does not waste any time in sprinting towards the gate. Pidge, you're up. Roll me a d20.
Anything to add or just the
Nope,
roll?
just regular d20.
13.
13?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, you're good. So you haul back and toss one of your smoke bombs, and it lands almost perfectly in the center of the field of view for these cameras. Smoke just bursting out. What color's your smoke today? Just out of curiosity.
Give fluorescent yellow just to be fun.
Fluorescent yellow.
I don't know, lime
I
green
want that
sounds
shit to have some glitter in it too.
No. We're going mustard yellow.
Mustard yellow. Okay. So you guys
Good
watch
catch.
as you guys are running towards this, feeling a little uneasy about the cameras for sure, because you are just dead ass running straight towards them. When this burst of yellow smoke emits, you guys are running through just disgusting colored smoke, but surprisingly, you're not coughing on it too bad. It's not, like, horrendous. And you guys find yourselves standing on the lift. Easy part down. Iger starts messing with the controls along with Liam's help, and the lift begins to descend. There's some shouting from somewhere above you, and footsteps heavily, like, approaching, but the gate to the lift has already closed shut as it begins its descent, and you guys are slowly lowering into the ground. Lizzie kind of cracks her knuckles, looks around at the rest of you, and she says, "Is everybody okay? Nobody got hit?" Thank
What
God.
happened?
Gone.
Lewis literally not even awake right now. You guys kind of huddle together on this lift. It takes you a while. This is kind of surprising to you, because you would think that you're going down maybe a story, but you go down the equivalent of 5 or 6 stories before finally the lift begins to slow. And you are approaching your final destination. As the lift comes to a halt, you find yourselves in a cool, not damp, but rather dry underground bunker. You guys have entered Artemis. Now the real fun begins.
I'm childish.
I was laughing at it too. I just muted my mic though.
So you guys
You're
are in
different.
Artemis.
Ah, nice.
There is nobody in the so on you guys' maps, you're gonna definitely want your map open for this shit. That includes me. So the area that's labeled lift is where you guys are at. It has the large lift in it, and then there's an open area in front of it that appears to be some sort of, like, docking thing. You can see crates laying around. There is a set of enormous sliding doors in front of you that leads into the section labeled A. And then there is a smaller door to you guys' right that you can only assume leads into section N. What are you guys doing? There's also a tiny, like an actual door, like normal size door on the left that you could assume leads to B, but there's stuff stacked in front of it in a way that it almost looks inoperable right now.
Can we just,
what about a 100? What about a 1
Can you what?
meter?
I was gonna say, can we investigate it though? Can we just like kind of look at it?
Yeah.
Or is it just like?
Which door do you want to go look at?
What was that second one? The second option for the one with the inoperable one?
So the
B.
door that leads to B has a bunch of like crates carelessly stacked in front of it.
Yeah.
They look heavy, like something that you would probably need like a pallet jack to move. I mean, y'all do have air across, so like, you know. You could
As you
try
do.
and get him to do shit, but
I don't know. I still want to just investigate the area though.
roll me
kinda-
a D20, I guess.
Just to make sure there's no like traps on the floor or whatnot.
See that?
10.
He is.
You do not see any traps.
The floor is a floor.
It looks fine.
Oh,
It's made of concrete. That's
never
nice.
know. We'll never know. What type of concrete?
Douglas, what were you about to say?
I was gonna be like, I pull out the map, or Douglas pulls out the map. He's like, all right, everyone remember where we're going?
The professors are nodding at you. You can see that Maisie's already in her weapon form. Iger and Aircross are kind of looking at each other, like they're very clearly having this silent conversation between the two of them. You're not sure what's happening.
I really don't.
Finally,
I kinda,
let me
like, look
see.
at them, I'm like,
Let me
uh-huh.
see what happens between the two of them. Hold on. I wanna
Where's the
see who
map
wins this.
Is it in the
Oh my god, they tied! Oh
Basically,
no!
basically?
Did they like headbutt? Did they just like slam heads?
No. So they're just like glaring at each other very intensely, and all of a sudden you see them both raise their hands and start doing rock paper scissors in front of you, and they both throw scissors at the same time, and they just dead ass stare at each other, just slowly lower their hands. Lizzie goes, "Oh my god, I can't take this anymore. Iger, stop being such a dumbass and let your dad wield you." He's like, "But why?" And she's like, "He's 7 feet tall, dude. He's gonna beat your ass." He's like, "Fucking fine." And you see him transform into.
I'm honestly in like kind of like in awe right now. I'm like, he's a weapon?
Did you say this out loud?
Quietly.
Okay. So you have muttered this under your breath. Lizzie has heard you. And she looks back at you and she goes, "You didn't know that? You don't even know what the people on your team can do together?"
I just kind of like shake my head at her, just like,
We never talked.
"Well, you had plenty of time to do it," she says, kind of angrily, almost. She points. You can see that Iger has transformed into what looks to be some sort of battle rifle. Are any of you proficient in guns? I don't think.
No.
Pidge is the only one, I think. Pidge, if you want to roll, you can figure out what he is.
Okay. Nat 20.
This is a Vector R4. And it is in gorgeous condition. Sleek, black, you can see what looks to be a pair of dog tags dangling from the stock.
I have a voice for it, so the delivery just doesn't work well. But you know how Tiny Tina goes.
Yeah, so you guys just see like Pidge's staring at Iger, and she says this, and Iger's eyes appear in the metal on the side of the gun, and he kind of just narrows his eyes at you and goes, "Thank you," and looks away. Lizzie says both of them are weapons. I can't believe you didn't know this. Looking at you, Douglas.
I'm like, no. Then what is Aircross then?
Lizzie looks back and says, "Show him." Aircross tosses the gun up. Iger transforms into his human form, and you see it's almost instantaneous, the two flashes that happen. Iger transforming into human form, his hand opening, and in it, you see a bow and arrow take form. A large longbow. But, like, compound. It's a mixture between a longbow and a compound bow. It's kind of strange. It's just enormous, but this thing looks like it packs a punch. Iger turns to look at you holding this massive bow. Smirks.
I just kind of like nod my head and like wow, huh, wow, that's dope. Shit.
But I do think Lizzie's right. Close quarters. And you see the flash happen again. Aircross is back in human form, hand opening. The Vector R4 snaps into his hand. He is once again holding his son. They nod to you, and Lizzie and Maisie start running for the main door that leads into A.
The main door that leads to A.
Liam looks over at you and says, "Alright, so, we going or not? We just gonna sit here?"
Well, we're going.
So you guys are approaching the door that leads to in, correct?
That leads to N? Yeah.
Okay, so you guys start walking towards it, and Liam kind of cracks his knuckles and says, "Guess I'm up." He approaches the door. Let's see how he does today. We're gonna give Liam these dice. Oh, God. So Liam crouches down, and you see him push his, the sleeve of his jacket up, and there is some kind of strange tech all along his arm, almost like the Omni tool that, Maisie's weapon form is. He begins typing into it and messing with the electronic lock that is on this door, but as you watch him work, his brow begins to furrow. He says, "Crap."
Thing all right?
Well, as much as I hate to admit it, these guys are a little more advanced than I hoped they would be.
Can't hack it.
The problem is, it needs a code to unlock. And unfortunately, I don't have the system I need with me to deal with a code lock. I could deal with a regular locking mechanism electronically that needed a key. That's what I'm prepared for. But as far as code locks go, I'm not gonna be useful unless I can get my hands on the Rex.
Is this a metal door?
It is.
Could I try to metal manipulate the locks in the door?
Do you have access to the tumbler ability?
So, how are you?
Shoot.
You would have to have access to Tumblr to do that.
Crazy idea here, and it involves risk.
So,
Oh wait, that's metagaming.
11, 14.
What were you gonna say? Because I kind of want to hear it.
Well, if I were to know that just a little bit more to do it, I've got it.
Wait, say that again?
Shots Shot.
Oh
shot,
my!
shot.
I mean, if you want to try to make a drink for either Liam or Lewis, be my guest. I'm not gonna stop you. But you know how bad shots can go if you get it wrong. So, that's on you.
I'll drink.
But I'd have to know that first, and then.
I mean, you know that your drinks do
What,
weird
terrible
things,
idea.
and a lot of times they can be helpful.
Mm-hmm. I just don't know I need to be helpful just yet. That's all I'm saying.
That's a good point. So Liam looks up at you and he says, "Guess we're gonna have to go through A."
Great.
The panel was locked.
So you guys turn back towards the large doors that lead from the lift to section A. They are already open, and you can see that the professors are gone. You guys going in?
So
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going in.
You start walking into A. Roll me a perception check. Let's see what you guys see. Huh?
13.
oh, are we all rolling percent? Okay.
Anybody who wants to roll perception walking into A.
8.
Holy fuck.
It's not
You're there. I got it.
All right.
16.
Okay.
13.
Okay. So basic info for most of you guys. You guys walk in and you guys find yourselves in just a massive, almost cavernous room. A is enormous. Like Vela mentioned, those two areas with the dotted lines, those are each a separate garage. One of them is open and holding like 6 different Humvees of varying sizes. And a whole bunch of like weapons crates and stuff. There are people walking around in the garages that don't seem to have noticed any of you yet, doing various things in mechanical work. There are crates scattered around A, in some spots that look like they're in the process of being moved. That's pretty much all you see with those rolls.
Nothing went break down as soon as you shot it in. Oh, yeah.
So that's all we see with the.
What? Alright. Well, what was the.
Could,
We do.
or we. So wait, you said there were. Where were the people in A again?
They're in, so the areas between the 2 dotted lines are actually garages, like large buildings. And there are people doing various mechanical work on vehicles in those garages. They do not seem to have noticed you yet because the room is so big. You can see kind of between the garages, there's a door that leads somewhere. That's the one with the arrow pointing towards E. And then off in the corner, you can kind of see another door, which is the arrow pointing away from E towards A. So you can see those 2 doors kind of on the back wall. And then to your right, you can see the large sliding doors that lead into Section O. And on y'all's left, you can see where the professors have headed. You're not sure whether they went toward B, D, or C, but you know they went in that direction.
And there's only 2 of them that were there in the garage.
You're not sure how many men are in the garage right now. You just know that there are multiple people in the garage doing work.
Boys, I think we should
What?
knock
Yes.
these suckers out and take their uniform.
Honestly, I think we should crouch around the side.
Take their uniform.
make-
Take their key card.
My recommendation
Or-
is to just keep moving.
Yeah, we could do what Pitch said. We could keep quiet. try to get to O.
So that means someone's gonna have to watch our back if things go sour.
Hmm.
Liam kind of hisses at you guys. He says, what? Can you just figure out the formation so we can go? I don't feel good about standing here in the open.
Fall back. Guys, go ahead.
The risk.
Who's taking lead?
Alarm.
You can.
Fuck, fine. Liam sets out in front of you guys and starts walking toward O. Roll me a stealth check, all of you.
Stealth check.
There are going to be a lot of rolls coming you guys this way.
10.
Is that? Do we add anything to it or not?
Presence, stealth.
Oh. Wait.
Presence.
Presence?
Mhm.
Okay. Let me see. Plus. Do I go by the +8 or plus?
It's yours, not added together, just yours alone.
Oh. So plus 9,
17.
so 15.
21.
20 what?
Bidi.
And Pidge, for all presence
19.
rolls, you can assume that you are rolling with Eon stats edited.
19.
You guys do not seem to have been noticed, which is good for you. You guys start making your ways toward O. You guys approach the door. It does not seem to have a lock. It's just a panel that you press that opens the door. But as big as the door is, you're kind of afraid that if you open it, it's going to make a lot of noise. Liam kind of looks at you as a, you guys sure about this?
I'm still watching her back.
So the panel.
Herb, you have any input?
Not really. I think it's a good idea to have someone at least playing rear guard.
So
Don't want to put too much space in between us and the front and the back.
So the door starts sliding open. Liam looks back at you with concern because Liam didn't touch shit.
Oh no.
Yeah.
He kind of hisses at you guys and he says, scatter.
Okay, so am I already being held by my mice?
You are being held by Herb currently, yes.
Okay.
So you guys, what are you guys gonna do? Are you just gonna try and duck behind some crates and hide, or are you gonna try and, make your way for one of the other doors?
So we're scattering at
You guys are all standing in front of O.
standing in front of O right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Scatter and see who's coming out, I think.
Okay. Everybody in
Yeah,
agreement?
just trying to scatter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys kind of each just duck and dive behind certain crates, clutching your weapons close. There is a large thundering of footsteps coming out of O. You see, and you're counting under your breath kind of together, almost in unison, through your resonance link, and you see 25 men jogging, not really jogging, they're more like dead-ass running, towards the lift. You hear some of them shouting, what the absolute fuck is going on? I don't know, but Lilith is gonna kill us if we don't get this contained, and I do not want to be on the menu today. They're all kind of that kind of conversation as they're chattering amongst each other, sprinting for the lift.
I was wondering, could I put out more than one needle to the tracking needle? Or am I only allowed one?
You can do more than one.
I don't know how to really apply it, I guess. I'm thinking could we track these group of people and tell where they're coming from, or?
So, Herb, you can hear him trying to process this. Do you want to say anything to him about that?
Yeah, I would ask him what he's doing.
I'm trying to think if we want to, I don't know, slip some metal or try to metal manipulate one of their guns or something to
I did. Oh yeah.
track this group of people so we know where they're coming from.
Point.
Or if they're
They're heading out. They're heading out of the bunker.
I did it.
Oh,
Left one.
I know they were heading out of the bunker. I thought they were patrolling the bunker.
No, they're headed towards the left.
Yeah, they are all running very quickly for the lift, and as you're having this conversation, they barrel around the corner into the lift, and you guys hear the lift beginning to rev up and start going back up towards the surface.
Yeah.
Liam kind of lets out a shaky breath and starts walking toward O. The door shifts like it's going to start closing, and he starts taking off running for it.
I'm running for it.
So was the lift our way out?
The only one we know of at the moment.
I started running towards that as well.
Okay, Herb, you picking up too?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all manage to slide into O just as the door shuts. And it's a good thing too, because the moment you guys get into O, which appears to be the beginning of a hallway, lights begin to flash around you. There is a panel on one of the walls, and you can see security lockdown in effect, flashing across the panel. The door to O has completely slid shut behind you, and as Liam turns back, he starts rattling the door, and he starts cursing under his breath.
Ooh. So we didn't make it.
Oh.
No, he's inside with you. All of you are in
okay.
O, but he's looking at the door that leads back to Section A, and
I see.
it appears like you're locked in.
So we're locked in O. Can we investigate O?
Paige
Just be
breathes
like,
a
what's
sigh
going
of
on?
relief.
What are you so happy about? Liam says, starting for the opposite end of the hallway.
Now I don't have to watch my back. I click my gun.
Fair enough. It's a decent point. Alright, and he starts walking towards the door, the opposite door that leads into G. Luckily for you, this panel does not seem to be locked, and with a bit of coercion on his part, and a little bit of hot wiring, the door between O and G slowly slides open. He says, alright, what's the plan? Are we heading to M first? Do you want to try and go into N? What do you want to do?
I want to see if I can try to fill Katya's like hole.
You can.
Oh, the red one's.
The pole
What direction?
is directing you, like, through the wall. Like, the wall next to the door. So, like, the one that leads is kind of facing L. It's pulling you towards, like, the right side of the map, if that makes sense.
It could be, it's pulling us towards L, but it could still be in like F, H, or G, or whatever, right?
Correct, yeah, you're not sure, but it could be anything in that bottom right corner. L, F, H, G, I, anything in that direction.
I just kind of like point towards like. I point towards like where I'm being played towards and like. What's the direction, Katya?
Remember, we have to find the comms room, though. That's probably where they're going to have all of the codes for the door locks.
Can we check around the corner of G? Like that.
Yeah,
bank
so
right
as the door between O and G slides open, you guys get a good look and see that G is an enormous hallway that just goes forward for like a long ways and then turns that left corner. Like, this is a long ass hallway for sure. Pidge, you definitely get the feeling that your Eon might come in handy in this room.
Is there anything useful in the room that we can take with? possibly?
In O, no. O seems to be like a lockdown chamber, specifically made to trap anybody who might be in O in O.
How about D?
G?
Mm.
G appears to be a functioning hallway that connects all of the rooms on this lower map together.
I see.
There's like a couple like crates here and there.
The map's really helpful to look at when we're talking about
it. I'm looking at it too.
Okay.
I was just wondering if there's anything.
You do not see. Like, I don't know what you're looking for specifically. Like, there's a couple crates, but they don't look like they're holding anything significant to you.
I see. I kind of want to check it. Look in L. Since I don't know if we're trying to even go back into N, if N's like that.
Yeah, so you're being held by Herb, and in your inner room, that you're not really your inner room, but like in the blade form, you kind of have the map pulled up in your head. So you're looking at the map as you're having this conversation.
Okay. True.
Liam starts forward out of O, and he says, "I'm gonna go check the door to N, see if it's closed like the rest of them." And he turns a right and starts jogging down that section of hallway towards N. What are the rest of you doing?
Herb, do you think we should back him up? Just in case?
I start driving behind.
Okay.
I don't want to, like, stand at the corner there on L and just make sure that no one's coming down the hallway.
True. We could do that.
So, you guys... Sorry, go ahead, Pitch.
I'm going to, at least for the moment, set up at the doorway to G.
Okay.
And just keep my scope
Down the hallway?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I need you to roll me a d20 at advantage. Herb, I need you to roll me a perception check.
Oh, I got
19. Unless I need to add anything.
Oh, it's probably
No, you don't need to add anything. Unless you don't have a perception advantage, so.
Okay.
What was yours, Herb?
16.
Okay. So, Pidge, you're the only one that sees this. And it isn't even you that sees this, it's Eon that alerts you to it. At the end of the hallway, a figure has turned the corner and is starting to walk in Herb's direction.
Shoot. How can I make noise without making noise?
By the way, you are resonating. You guys are kind of resonating together, so you can talk to each other through your resonance link.
Herb, I see someone coming up to you. Be careful.
Herb, what do you want to do?
This is Pidge.
Yeah.
Got anything small, nothing like high explosive, just something to make some noise?
No.
No.
Only high demolition explosives.
Oh god.
I wonder, could I possibly mental manipulate the ground? Oh, no, it's concrete, never mind.
How does it work?
I'm useless. Where's all the metal?
You can now hear the footsteps starting to come towards you, Herb. What do you want to do?
We need to knock him out.
Oh, I mostly
take his clothes.
Take his clothes.
If you engage, I can knock you out. But I'd rather not fire and cause everyone to notice we're here.
Yeah. No, I think we back off a little bit, just kind of like sink into the shadows and wait to see who or what it is.
Okay, so you slowly back against the wall. There's, like I said, there's a couple crates stacked here and there. You guys kind of duck behind one of these crates, and you see two men wearing the same type of black body armor that everybody else up top was wearing. They start walking towards you. Kind of, not really with purpose, just absent-mindedly. God, I can't believe we got stuck on guard duty down here. This is so dumb. Seriously, like, who's gonna break into Artemis? They are now passing by your crate and starting to walk forward, beginning to turn left towards Inn.
Liam, careful. They're headed your way.
Douglas, you hear the same thing. Liam's head snaps up as he's trying to hack the door for all intents and purposes. I need more time.
So while this is happening, like after they're a decent distance away, Herb kind of like starts trying to follow them.
Okay.
To get up behind them.
Yep. Roll me a d20.
This is a 2, 4, 3.
I got a 16.
They do not notice you. You are approaching with your staff held at the ready. Douglas, you're kind of standing in front of Liam, who is still desperately trying to hack the door and not doing too well.
Do they have weapons?
They are both holding what look to be normal guns. You guys are not feeling any sort of energy put off from them like you do from each other.
Can I metal manipulate the clip out of their gun?
I will let you try it if you want to.
I'd rather you didn't.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So they turn the corner heading towards Inn. Douglas, what are you doing? You can now see like, 2 guards like turning the corner, starting towards you guys.
I kind of like get down a little bit, like trying to block Liam a bit. I'm like, Eliza, you got anything?
Just back up. I have a suspicion.
I back up.
Take him with you. Liam says, no, I can get this. Just trust me, Eliza says. Liam begrudgingly stops what he's doing, replaces the panel, and you guys back up into the corner. The 2 guards start walking toward the door. Herb, do you want to do something?
No, I'm gonna keep following them.
Okay.
Kind of like I kind of slightly pick up my pace to get closer, but I'm still falling behind.
Okay.
The instant they leave my line of sight, whenever that is, I'm gonna go back to panning and looking.
Okay, smart. So they reach the door, and you can see one of them kind of looking around, kind of half-heartedly, and he goes, okay, I don't see Kev anywhere. We should be in the clear. And you see him reach into his pocket and pull out what looks like a keycard. Scans it on the screen by the door, and the doors to Inn slide open. You see the second one, who is not holding the keycard, pulls out a pack of cigarettes, and they start walking into Inn, which looks to be another loading dock.
And they have our uniforms.
What do you want to do?
They also have a pack of smokes. I wonder if we ask them for any, they'll tell us no.
Douglas,
me and
you
Liam,
watch
like, right next to each other, pretty much.
Yeah, you guys are crouched down next to each other in the shadow of this crate, watching these 2 guards walk into Inn. Liam kind of begrudgingly, like, muttering in your resonance link under his breath. Spent 5 minutes on that fucking door, and they just walk over here and open it without a fucking care in the world.
Like, the residents like, yeah, they got a fucking key card.
Dumbass motherfucking... Like, he's just going off.
I'm just like, oh, whatever. I like start like trying to like very sneakily walk into the door.
Okay. Herb, you are now being accompanied by Douglas and Eliza, who are next to you guys. You guys are both kind of walking behind these 2 dudes. They start walking into the center of Inn. You see, like, pallet jacks, there's a forklift, there's a whole bunch of crates, and there is definitely a hallway that leads to the large door that leads to the lift. This is definitely a loading zone.
I'm going to start making my way closer to the door to inn.
Okay.
While keeping my line of sight towards the hallway in G.
Okay.
Just to get a better view of that area.
You still have not seen anyone else come down the hallway, by the way. It has been quiet since these two passed.
Okay, but I'm just trying to get closer to inn in case.
Gotcha.
I need to get into combat.
So yeah, you're more like on the corner by where like the square is, so you can still see down the hallway, but you can also, if you turn your head, see into inn.
All right.
That's where you posted up. Herb, Douglas, you are walking up behind the guys. They have stopped and are leaning against a couple of crates. Looks like weapons crates. And the one holding the pack of smokes pulls one out, hands one to his buddy. They both pull lighters out. God, this is ridiculous. Who the hell would attack Artemis? Seriously. I can't wait to see what the girls do to him when they get up there. That's gonna be a mess.
Like through the residence, like I'm like, Liam, you coming?
Liam is kind of hanging back. He's by the doors. He's kind of covering you guys' back.
Stall. Sorry, kind of like turned to Herb through the residence, like, oh, what are you doing?
I don't want that key card.
Yes.
And not the uniforms.
And not the uniform! Herb's like, I wouldn't be cat dead in that ugly piece of shit.
What is the... Okay, what do the uniforms look like?
It is all black, black pants, black shirt, black body armor. There is a symbol in the center of the chest piece of the armor that looks like, kind of like a circle with a weird, almost flame-like symbol in the center of it. You can only assume that this is like the logo for Curse.
What? Oh! What the fuck is... my car? So are we gonna try to, like, do the residence link still? Like, what's your thought behind trying to take the key card? You want to attack him? Or do you want to try to, like...
I mean,
I don't know.
that's our only option. To take him down. But getting that key card gives us, at least in theory, gives us unfettered access to the rest of the facility.
You hear through your link Eliza's voice say, peace was never an option.
I repeat that, just... Peace was never an option.
Well,
Just
now
can
do
we
you
get out
take
here?
the clip out? Do we take the clip out their gun now?
It doesn't really hurt.
Whenever Herb wants to do it.
Kids!
Instead of taking the clip out, how about we just like...
Pidge is like desperately trying to get you guys to spare these two, and Eliza's like, kill him. We are not on the same page.
Really hurt to
instead
just
of
use them and then
taking the clip out, how about you just file down their firing pin? A little more inconspicuous.
Eliza looking, you can see her eyes in the blade. You're kind of holding her in front of you in like a ready position. She looks at you, and you hear her voice say, hit him from behind.
Ow!
Make it fast, and you can probably just take him out before they even know what happened.
Fucking cat.
I look at her and like, I don't even say anything. I just kind of like nod my head at her.
Are you going to try and move in sync to take these two out?
Yes.
I need you to roll me a d20, both of you.
Do we do presents or nah?
Nothing. You are just rolling me a d20.
Oh boy, a 20.
20.
Did you just crit?
Yeah.
Douglas?
He smashes his
Yeah, 19.
Yeah, so
These guys' heads are gone.
you don't even...
brains.
Douglas, you just come up behind the first one, smoking, and just in one fluid motion, your left hand crosses over the man's mouth, your right hand moves to his throat, and you pull across. Herb, I'm not sure what you're doing for a one-hit wonder. You critted, so how do you want to take this guy out with your staff?
So I don't know what he like. A staff? Is it just like a bow staff? Is it a spear? What is?
It's
It's Moba's finisher from Apex Legends.
Yeah.
Hell no, I'm not doing that.
That's exactly what
if I do that, you gotta have the hip motion and everything.
Oh, you think Herb can't do the hip motion?
I think he's very capable of doing the hip motion.
Capable
So
of
is it a bow staff?
It is a... It's... Have you looked at the picture in the...
I can't find it. Like, I've looked in character sheets, I've looked in...
It's a sister staff.
Like, am I just blind?
I definitely also... I can't find it either.
Shit, where the hell did it go?
I'm telling you.
I can't even find, like, Lewis doesn't even have a character sheet to look at.
The Watergate scandal's real. They tried to delete
The Watergate scandal is real.
Maybe that's what happened.
That can't be what happened!
All of his shit got removed.
That can't be, because other people have been removed and their shit is still here!
I've been scrubbed clean!
I want to tell you what, this is what happened. He deleted all of his shit and left and then blamed it on us.
I'm gonna be completely honest, I've never even seen his weapon form.
It is the same as Koga's. Here, I'm getting one for you. So this is basically what he looks like. Staff. Save to downloads. Save. Okay. I don't know if that's saved in the right format, but here we are. This is what he looks like. I put it in session panic, didn't mean to, but...
Okay, hold on. Is it, like, would this be something closer to what it is?
No, literally, like, the one I sent you, that's, like, what it looks like. Like, you've got the wings and the two snakes.
Is it like handholds? Like inside this? Is it like the snakes?
Actually, yeah, it's like, yeah, kind of like what you have, Herb, where they're tight at the top. And then you've got the pole, so...
But it's blunt,
without
it's not like a spear.
Well, I was gonna say without the freaking spike at the top, right?
Correct. It is not a spike at the top. It is just solid. The wings are more like in yours, where they are like kind of sharp. They're not like blade sharp, but they are pointed. And then you've got the snakes wound together at the top, and then you've got the rest of the staff, which is blunt. Does that make sense? Does that work?
Kinda.
All this to say, how the fuck do you want to kill this man?
Just put a hole in his head. Just do it.
Literally, so here's what happens. You move in the same way Douglas does, come, like, darting forward, and you, gripping the staff, with both hands, you bring the staff in front of this man's throat, like, just snap it over the top of his head, and pull backwards. The man is caught off guard, and you just twist sideways, and essentially just break this man's neck with your staff.
I'm just like,
There are 2 red souls hovering above their bodies. Weapons. You may each add 1 to your soul count.
How would I add 1 to Eliza?
Like this.
Like this. Unless I take the soul.
Yeah, so which one of you is taking the soul?
oh, I'm taking this.
You're giving it to her? Okay, so then
Yeah,
I'm just gonna put a 1 there right now. I don't know.
The demon.
I'm gonna have to double check. I think your total count is at 7 right now, which would put that at 8. So, wait, okay, are you feeding the demon or are you feeding her? Because that is a different story.
You know, I'll feed the demon actually, yeah.
Okay. Then you are not adding a soul to your counter.
Wait, how many souls did I had?
You, had 7. With just you. You're not sure how many Eliza has.
Shit, I never marked down my souls, so...
I have. It's okay.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Okay. We'll worry about your soul number later, but for now, you have added 1, Lewis, to your soul counter. And, Douglas, you have given the soul to Eliza for the express intent of feeding a certain someone, so you do not add anything. There are 2 dead bodies now in front of you guys.
Oh.
Start dragging the body away, and also take the pack of smokes out.
Liam has come to help. He kind of looks around, opens up one of the crates, tosses some stuff around, and makes room for you to toss the bodies into this large crate.
Can I force the human to take that guy's uniform? Never mind, because then someone gets confused.
Herb, you've watched as Liam has come over and grabbed the key card from the one man. There is only 1 key card. And it appears to be a green key card.
I got you 200.
Alright, well, we got at least some access.
Yep.
Take their clothes.
Herb just walking back towards the door to Inn, ignoring him. So you guys walk back towards the door to between N and G. What are you guys doing now? Pidge, you're still looking down the hallway, still looks clear.
I'm not even typing how it happened. I have the 2 men wearing the same body armor, we're walking around the corner, and my next point are the 2 men are dead.
They are now dead.
They are dead. It doesn't matter.
So you guys are walking back into G. What's your plan?
Oh.
Take the smoke out.
So, okay,
You're just gonna light up a cigarette?
Yeah.
God damn it. Okay, so Douglas has lit up a cigarette behind you guys.
That's a good way to get us caught.
Liam.
Can I feel for the...
Liam takes the cigarette from you as well. They are both smoking it in behind you, walking into G. Ooh.
Makes me feel gross. I have asthma.
Pidge. As they start walking into G, you see someone coming around the corner towards you guys. They are moving very fast.
He's dead.
Pidge has himself muted. They have themselves muted.
Got murdered.
Speedy Gonzalez inbound.
Well, now you're up to...
So you guys hear this. Whoever they are moving at inhuman speeds. Pidge, with Eon equipped and looking down the scope, you can tell you are getting an energy reading off of this person. This is not a grunt coming towards you.
Big guy. Big bad. Elites.
You guys hear this voice come through your resonance link telling you that there is somebody coming, and almost, like, barely a second after this, you see a figure standing in the hallway, like, at the edge of the hallway that turns towards N, staring at you guys.
Oh no. I knew. Nothing but...
I wonder if he sees us.
They are staring directly at you. You see this figure. Pidge, you are the closest, and you are getting a good look at this person, and what you see is greatly concerning to you, because it looks like sections of their body are made out of metal.
Oh boy. I'm gonna need some backup.
What are you doing down here? She says, making eye contact with you, Pidge.
Just staring.
Are you just saying that to her?
Yeah.
She slowly lowers the gun in her hand and starts walking towards you.
Guys,
Long
get over
range
here quickly.
weapon. Sniper rifle. Which means you're not very effective close range. She tosses the gun aside and begins cracking her knuckles. This should be fast work for me.
Guys, get over here quickly. I don't want to blow myself up with this person.
The rest of you can see this person menacingly walking towards Pidge. Are you guys moving in?
Got to see Master Pidge.
Then you got.
Is anybody not gonna move in, is the question, I guess.
I'm with Herb.
No, I'm definitely moving in.
Okay, then I'm gonna need all of you to roll initiative for me.
That's for
10.
20, right?
Yeah, D20.
9.
13.
What?
Got another 20!
Oh my god. Okay. So this is Herb and Lewis are at a nat 20. Who had the 13?
I did.
No, I rolled a 10.
You two are together, so only one of you has to roll
Oh.
initiative. And I think you want to go with the 20.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Let's see. Liam has rolled. Let's see what she rolled. Pidge, what did you roll?
9.
Okay.
Unless I got anything. Don't think so.
Alright. So, Herb, you are going first. And because you rolled a crit, you are moving fast. You are going to be able to clear the space between you guys very quickly. What do you want to do?
Makes sense. Have 8 speed.
Yeah, you almost flash step to this person.
Okay. I have to roll the 20 again, right? For damage.
Well, no,
we
you gotta
just
tell me
decide
what you
we
want
wanna
to do first.
Yeah.
The rest of you be thinking about what you want to do on your turn, so this goes fast.
Yeah.
Got it from over. What? To make.
So what do you do?
Fucking cheat out.
Well,
I mean, you could just go for a basic attack. Like, you don't have to start hard.
let me just. Video this. Do it.
Yeah, I guess we just do basic.
The sound of
So I am going to need you to roll me a d20. And then add either your strength or dex.
16, 21.
Shit. So you go in for a basic attack, and she drops her shoulder, turns, and counters your attack.
Uh-huh.
Roll me another d20.
Jesus Christ, fucking 21 isn't enough.
No, she critted.
17.
So she goes to swing to hit you, and you manage to block with the staff. She hits the staff, and you don't take any damage from this first hit, but you can feel just the immense amount of pressure that hits you, Lewis, and you are pushed backwards. You can tell that this person is incredibly strong.
Man.
Douglas, you're up.
I blink in, try to blink behind her and just stab her.
D20.
Yo, nat 20.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to roll me double damage then.
What is damage?
So, D20 plus your strength or dex.
Twice?
Let's see.
Or just times 2?
Do it times 2. We'll make this easier on us.
Okay. I do both of ours, right?
Yeah, you're together.
$60?
60? What was your initial shit? No, you're right. Oh my god, that's goddamn. Whew.
Christ.
So you guys watch like as Herb like is countered when she goes in for this swing and knocks him back, and suddenly Douglas is just standing behind her and just drives the dagger down between her shoulder blades. You hear a grunt of pain that sounds almost mechanized. It has this robotic tinge to her voice, and she grunts and kind of drops to one knee, her hand bracing against the ground.
I comment, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Man. Yeah, Doug is wild, man.
Liam is so dumbfounded by what he's just seen that he does not attack, but rather has moved to get next to Pidge and is taking up a defensive position next to you, Pidge. It is your turn.
Okay, so this might not be anything, but I feel like it's necessary with this person.
Mhm.
I'm going to put an eagle hide nowhere to hide on her.
You're gonna what?
Nowhere to hide. From
Be...
a vantage point, you can target an enemy through Eon scope. Anyone you are currently resonating with, dual arts will receive a ping for the target's location and will be able to see their outline temporarily, even through walls.
Okay. So you do so. And because she is down, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. So all of you are watching, you kind of all focused in on this person as it's happened, and suddenly there is a red outline in your vision around this person. You guys have all just honed in on your target. Herb? Your move. Herb, Lewis, what you guys doing?
So she's still down on her knees, right?
She's down on one knee. Yes, she didn't even get a chance to attack because Douglas hit her so fucking hard.
Okay. I think since she's on the ground, I think we shackle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we can definitely do shackle.
definitely think we
Backward
shackle.
down, dude.
Okay. Remember, you guys need to keep track of your how much AP you guys have.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Both.
No, just one of you.
19.
It seems like Herb's rolling higher tonight.
It's the dice.
So you guys successfully shackle as you go. What are you shackling? You're trying to shackle her legs, her arms?
Arms down.
Smart.
I was gonna say maybe her waist or something.
Well, she's already down on one knee, so if we shackle her arms,
Yeah,
she can't
true.
get back up.
Okay. So you guys watch as these metal shackles burst from the ground, snapping around her forearms, and are holding her low to the ground in the position that she is in. Douglas, Eliza, you guys are up.
I want to use what's it called? It's called where is it? Flash freeze.
Okay.
And then I want to just like stab her in the back of the head.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ!
You're not even gonna let her have a chance to fucking talk to you! God damn!
And all of this, just Douglas has like no emotion at all.
Yeah, you guys are starting to get concerned about Douglas at this point. Okay, so, go ahead and, roll me an attack. So you're, I'm not even gonna make you roll to hit. Roll me a damage roll. And then add a d10 to it.
Okay. Ooh. 11. Do I have strength?
So it's either your strength or your dex.
Okay.
Plus your d20. And that's combined between you two. Strength or dex, plus d20.
Check. Fuck it, please.
Plus your d10. So what's total?
$32.
Okay. So she lets out this agonized, almost mechanized screech that is painful, especially to your ears, Pidge. She buckles, and you see her head kind of drop down between her arms, which she is struggling to pull free from the shackles in the ground. She looks up, turning her head slightly, so you can see her eye peering at you, Douglas, and you hear, with this mechanized tinge, a feminine voice say, "Who the hell are you?"
Say nothing and just stare.
My turn. She places her hands, rather than pulling against the shackles, instead she puts her palms down, and you feel the ground beginning to shake beneath you. I need both you and Herb to roll me a d20 to dodge. You can add your dex to it.
I was freaking
But can I use blink as a reaction or not?
You can, but it's gonna
On this
cost
case.
you.
That's fine. Yeah, fuck 'em. Use blink.
Okay.
15.
So, Douglas, you are able to get out of the way. Herb, you are not. Now, here's my question for you, Herb. Do you want to take this hit, or are you gonna block with Lewis?
Use me.
Oh,
I'm gonna block it.
Okay. Alright, so here's what happens. You see a light begin to emit from this woman's palms, and then all of the sudden, the ground beneath her buckles. And oh God, I'm scared to roll for this. I really am. Oh my God!
It's not a good thing.
It's not.
It's a fucking cave all over
There
again. I
is
swear to God.
Massive explosion. The ground shattering beneath her. And you throw Lewis up in an attempt to block. Lewis, you are taking 44 points of damage as just the entirety of the area around you is engulfed in a ball of flame. And the shockwave throws you backwards. You hit the wall, Herb. You aren't hurt, but you can tell that your weapon is not doing hot. Lewis, are you below 50% health?
I think I am.
Okay.
45? No, you're at 130.
Wait, oh. Okay. Okay, I'm yellow.
85.
Okay, just keep that in mind for when you do reach that point. Pidge, you're up and you've just watched this explosion happen. You see as the smoke and the flames begin to die down just a little bit, you see the woman standing there in this crater that has formed around her.
Thanks to my nothing to hide, I grin and pop a headshot.
Atta girl.
What do I need to add to hit?
Let's see. So you... it's the same thing for you. It is a d20 plus strength or dex.
Okay. Which, at the moment, strength is the better thing, so 23 to hit?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Roll me damage. Same thing.
Okay.
Combined strength or dex plus d20.
27.
Okay. So you fire off this headshot. It knocks her backwards. You see her turning with the impact, the bullet going through, like, the side of her jaw. She stumbles backward, puts a hand on the wall behind her to steady herself, breathing heavily. Liam is not attacking, but he is still standing defensively in front of you. Herb, you're trying to get back to your feet. You see this this woman get thrown back. What do you want to do?
She's majority metal, right?
Huh?
She's majority metal, right?
What do you mean?
Like her body composite is metal. Or
Yeah.
at least her
So
armor.
it's not like armor. It's like you can see metal beneath the skin. Like there are just patches of metal all over her body, and you're not sure if her body is made entirely of metal. But watching this bullet penetrate her jaw, you can definitely tell there are parts of her that are not completely metal.
Oh,
What
right,
did it look like when I stabbed into her? I'm interested in what.
So she's on a back foot, right?
When you put your dagger in between her shoulder blades, you did not hit metal. You went straight into her and blood spattered.
What about her head?
Back of the head is the same. You did not hit any metal whatsoever.
Alright.
I want to metal manipulate.
Okay, what do you want to do?
How much
Fold
is that?
her inside out.
So, visibly, what exactly is metal? Is it just her arms?
You can see sections of her legs are metal, so definitely the knee and down on her right leg is metal. Her right arm is mostly metal. There are sections of her stomach and her chest you can see that are metal.
Okay. going to attempt to like cripple her. Like try to make it to where the metal's unmovable.
What do you mean? Like,
so I'm trying to picture. So
make her
like
joints
android,
not
right?
able to bend, I guess. Is that what you're going for?
I
Okay,
guess.
got it.
Like the hydraulics make the hydraulics unusable. Like the way that I'm thinking in my head is that she has like pistons and stuff, and her arms and legs to like move stuff around, make those inoperable.
I got you. Okay, roll me a d20 at advantage.
Okay. Plus wisdom. Okay. So that's 18.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So you guys watch as she goes to push off of the wall, and then she stops moving. Mid-motion. An arm kind of up in front of her, another arm poised back like she's getting ready to throw a punch. You see her frozen in place. Douglas, she is, for all intents and purposes right now, inoperable in front of you. You can see a hint of, maybe it's surprise, maybe it's anger, maybe fear. You're not sure what's happening in her eyes. She is staring at you.
Me?
Yes. It is also your turn.
I want to walk towards her and use corrosive touch.
Oh my god!
Wait a minute!
Oh no!
Wait a minute!
Wait a minute.
Ooh. I'm not gonna stop you. Fuck. Okay. Whew.
And I just want to grab her face.
So there isn't a whole lot of metal on her face. There's hints of it on her jaw, like the other side of her jaw, not the side that pitched it.
Then my other thought was grabbing one of her arms, like right at the elbow.
You can do that. Like I said, so there in her arms there's metal. Most of her joints have metal on them. Her chest has metal on it. Her legs have metal.
Oh, okay. Wait. So then, well, okay. Wait. I need to ask a question.
Yeah,
ask the question.
You need to ask where she's at.
Oh wait, never mind. I don't have nearly enough charisma to do it. Never mind.
You wanted to do invasive corruption, didn't you?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh man. But that's also a team one, but that would be dope as fuck if you had enough charisma to do it. But hold on. Because it's a team skill, I will allow, because you guys have critted so much in this fight, if you guys have enough between the two teams, I will allow you to do this.
Is Lewis a metal user?
Yes.
Metagaming?
Lewis is a metal user.
So we have 8 total charisma.
I have 4. Yeah, no. And
Which do you need?
alright, that's fine. 6.
You need
16.
16, 1-6.
Yeah.
We still don't have enough?
How much do you have total?
4.
Douglas?
4.
With Eliza.
Oh
4.
shit, because it's Eliza and not Katya. Damn, yeah, you don't have enough. So are you just gonna do
That's
regular cursive touch? Still, like, it's not gonna matter. Tell me where you're grabbing her, because what you say to me right now is vital to what is going to happen next.
What has the most amount of metal on her body?
I'd go for
Like,
her
where
torso.
can I see?
Her
Where can I see,
torso.
like, the most?
Yeah, I'd go
Her
for her.
neck and chest, a good portion of that is metal. Also her right leg. Those are the 2 biggest pieces of metal you can see.
Then I want to grab her neck.
Okay.
Alright.
In my head, I'm like holding out my hand, climbing up the staff, just holding her, spitting out blood. Oh.
I'm just walking up with like knife, like both, like my knife at my side. My other hand is just open.
You do so. She cannot move. She cannot defend against you. You walk up to her. You just gonna grab her by the throat?
Yep.
Good.
So, this is how I imagine this happening. You grip her. The metal around your hand begins to degrade and corrode slowly, turning that sickly orangish brown rust color as it begins to eat away from your hands. You see her eyes, anger, and then predominantly fear. You hear processors in her body, that soft hum that you heard the first time you got close to her, begin to slow and spaz. The electric currents struggling. Do you want to say anything to her?
No, I just, as I'm holding her, I just stare her in her eyes and then throw her on the ground.
So, you guys watch as Douglas just has grabbed her by the throat, and then you see the metal beginning to just change colors and be eaten away on her chest and neck, and then he just tosses her on the ground. You hear a weak gasping sound coming from her. Is there anything any of the rest of you would like to do?
I'm going to saunter over, kneel down next to her, and go, when in solo against the team. Short work indeed.
You see her eyes disdainfully move towards you.
Legitimately melting. Sucks to be you.
And then they just kind of, you just watch the light fade from her eyes. You just watch her die in front of you.
Can I? Okay, wait. I'm gonna try to like ask Herb in our mind space to like if we can possibly metal imitation her like put her armor or her metal whatever on her body for bonus AC.
Most of it's rusted at this point.
Yeah, so you are watching all of the metal in her body just slowly be eaten away.
Is there anything like any indication on my hand or no?
No. Nothing.
No.
There's no more metal.
Now that she's dead, can I start looking at the?
Wait, is she dead or is she dying?
Oh, she's dying in front of you. Like, you're just watching the light fade from her eyes. So if you wanted to ask her anything or say anything to her, I would hurry.
Okay, I'm gonna ask her where the kids are. Where the humans are. The captives.
What are you asking specifically?
Where the prisoners
holding
are.
cells.
The kids.
The holding cells? So you see her just smirk as you start asking her questions, her lips sealed.
Is there any kind of tech that I would be interested in on her?
I mean, you're kind of curious how they managed to keep a person alive with this much body modification. I mean, she's half metal, but it would take you a long time to dig into this, and you get the feeling you don't have a lot of time, especially with the explosion that happened.
And the corrosion. I doubt you could get anything
She's now
with corrosion.
a quarter metal, quarter rust.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about some, looking around, and I rip whatever I can.
Oh, I didn't realize you were going to go up.
Yeah, so you start trying to, like, tear her body open to see if there's anything useful, and the corrosion is mostly eating it away. You can't find anything that's, like, worth salvaging.
I thought...
Okay.
Let's look downward. If you could look up...
There is now a red soul hovering. You sense energy radiating around this soul.
I think Doug should definitely decide who gets this one. I'm just like not saying it really out loud since I'm still in weapon form.
I kind of like contemplate for a second if like I want to give it to Eliza or take it for myself. I'm like, finally, I just kind of like grab the soul and like myself.
Okay. So on your soul sheet, I am going to do this.
What are you gonna do?
There is a name.
Yeah. That okay. I see the name.
Uh-huh. That was
that
her.
Was the chick you're,
that was her.
Was the chick you're talking.
Yup.
I assume this is the boss of the base, correct?
Oh no.
No, it was just a no. It was just kind of funny.
We were just talking about her earlier. So yeah, you guys are standing there. Douglas has devoured the soul. And you guys are standing in G, and surprisingly enough, there are no people running towards you. You would have thought after that explosion that, like, somebody would be coming to investigate. Nope, nothing.
Nothing?
None. You don't see anybody coming towards you. What are you doing?
Can we see if she? Well, we already checked her shit.
Yeah, she does not have any key cards, any keys, anything like that on her.
We did take the key card from the guards, though, right?
Yes. Liam is holding a green key card that he took off of the guards.
I kind of like look back at Liam, just kind of give him a thumbs up.
Liam nods to you solemnly.
Also, my meter's kind of like softened at this. It's like it's not as like serious, I guess.
You hear Eliza let out a relieved breath when your face softens a bit.
Kind of like the Lincoln, like, what's wrong?
It's nothing. Just worried about you is all.
Alright.
Maybe we should find a place to rest and get our bearings before we keep going.
You're right.
Is he okay? You see Eliza's eyes move in the blade directed towards Herb and Lewis.
Hopefully.
I'm holding up.
I'm used to it.
So Liam picks up the lead and starts jogging, and he goes, "Which way are we going? We going towards M, K, J, L? What are we doing?"
I like quickly pull up the map, like I'm like kind of like stammering, just like trying to figure out which way we should go. I'm like, try L.
Do you want to try L?
Okay. Try.
So you guys barrel around the corner. You guys start jogging towards L, and you find another heavily locked door.
Lewis.
Yeah.
How you holding?
Feeling kind of tired.
You want a candy bar? I found something in the bottom of my bag.
Is it? Does it have tree nuts in it?
Oh,
I don't know. I dust off a piece of lint. Maybe.
You know what? I'll trust you. This time. And I take the...
Survives the fight.
Misses the vibe check.
Okay, so are you gonna eat this?
I'm eating the candy.
I need you to roll me a Constitution check.
Jesus Christ.
Can I like, while this is happening, can I like try to look around and like feel where Katya's pole is coming from?
You can. So you're standing in front of the door to L with Liam. And you feel like the pull is no longer coming from L. But Liam has already crouched in front of the door and is getting a look at the lock and everything.
Kind of like crouch next to him, like Katya's not in here. We'll still check for other.
He nods to you and says, "Well, we have another problem."
What's that?
As he lifts the key card against the screen next to the door, it flashes red and you hear a access denied. It's another code lock. You're either gonna need a really high level key card with special parameters, or I'm gonna need some codes to get in here.
Kind of like turn around. I'm like, we can go try Jay.
What?
Quick question. What did you roll for your con save?
14.
You are lucky you just passed it. So here's what happens. You now have a plus 30 to your HP.
Oh damn.
Hey,
It is the worst fucking thing you've ever tasted in your life.
Oh.
It's gross.
But I look dead in Pidge's direction, and it is the best thing I've ever eaten. And I have like a tear.
You're like gritting through your teeth. You're like, yeah.
Like one tear is going down.
That's like I've ever eaten.
Oh my god.
I can't believe you can make this on the fly like you have.
Yeah.
You know, like the fake food. You're like,
Yeah. Made.
You made this, right?
Uh-huh.
it starts dry heaving.
Oh god. So you guys said you're gonna head to J next, across the hall?
Yeah, I kind of like pointed at him, like, you can try Jay.
Liam jogs over there. He flashes his key card at the door. It flashes green in return, and the door begins to slide open. You start walking in, and you find yourself in the comms room. There are screens. There is a whole bunch of tech, just wall to wall in here. You can see on the far wall opposite the door, there are a bunch of monitors with different camera feeds. Clearly there is a massive firefight going on outside. You can see the flashes of guns, muzzle fire, everything. People fighting. There are bodies laying all around on the cameras.
Here I'm actually going to find the different doors.
Okay.
And place out my Java traps.
Is there anyone in here?
Roll me a d20, let's see.
Okay. I'll do that once we know the place is secure, I should say.
18.
You hear a click. It fills you with fear because most times when you hear a click when you walk into a room like this, it is the sound of a gun cocking in your direction. You slowly turn to your left and you see a figure leaning against the wall.
Yeah.
She is making eye contact with you. She's not holding any weapons. It's almost like she's waiting for something.
I just wait back.
Do any of the rest of you want to do anything? Because you now see this woman staring Douglas down.
Damn. Oh. Okay. Can I touch the metal ball, or have Herb touch the metal ball to try to get bonus AC from that?
It would not have an effect on you right now.
Say that?
It would not have an effect on you right now. Herb, you doing anything? Pidge?
No, I want to wait and see what happens.
I cough and go, someone gotta smoke. Please just say the line.
Her eyes snap to you.
I kind of like when I hear that, I kind of like pull the pack out of my pocket. I like flip it open.
Gotta smoke, she says, looking at the pack.
I do have smoke.
You gonna say that to her?
Yeah.
She smirks and says, "You're really bad at this, you know?"
Oh, I like kind of realize I'm like.
Just
I like kind of I kind of like correct myself. I'm like fresh out.
She rolls her eyes and taps a few things. The door to Jay closes behind you guys. What the hell are you guys doing?
Fighting people.
To be honest, I didn't think you'd make it this far once Kev headed in your direction. She sits down in a office chair, very nice chair, in front of the monitors, kind of spins, kicking her feet up on the desk. The name's Smoker.
See the way Kev. I was gonna say I was gonna say something, but like I was like, whatever.
Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say like, see how Kevlar looks right now.
She taps something on her, on the monitors, and you see one screen pull up, kind of like in the center of all of these monitors. You can see the just corroded body of the person you were fighting laying in the hallway in the crater. I'm impressed. Most people who run into her don't live to tell the tale.
Oh, yeah?
She kind of lights up her own cigarette, looks back at you guys and says, "What can I do for you?"
We need to establish an uplink.
Right. You want into the mainframe so that you can establish comms with your team. Here. She reaches into her pocket and tosses something to you. Liam steps in front of you and snatches it midair and says, "I'll take that." He grabs it. It looks like some kind of SD card. He fiddles with the tech on his arm. And a few minutes later, you hear him talking to the device on his arm, and you hear a voice coming back from it. It is Vela. You hear her say, "Status report." Liam looks to you guys.
Killed 3 dudes.
Pidge is still slamming her head against the wall.
Well, if we're keeping track, you guys are definitely losing. We're up to, what's the number? You hear another of the girls in the background shout, "Think we're at 50 now?" You've got some work to do, Vela says, her voice playful through the comms.
You hear a gunshot. 51!
Is that just
51?! What'd you say, Herb?
Here's that and just spits blood onto the floor.
Seriously, though, have you guys found the kids yet?
I can feel where Katya is, but
you
not
can't.
Exactly.
Yeah. Smoker is not saying anything to you, by the way. She's listening to all of this and just watching you curiously.
I kind of like see Paige also slamming her head on the wall. I'm like, you want to smoke?
To Pidge, you've been offered a cigarette.
Pidge goes to setting up traps, grumbling to herself.
I kind of just shrug. Like offer it to Liam. Oh, you want it?
He definitely takes you up on it and starts smoking, still holding his arm out for all of you to be able to hear Vela's voice. "We've got things handled out here. You just need to find everybody and figure out how to get them out of there. Oh, and be careful. There's some weird-looking figures that we saw arriving on the grounds earlier. They don't look like the rest of them."
Oh, I mean, we killed one weird-looking lady.
That you did, Smoker says in the background. Alright, Vela out. Try and keep these comms on the down low.
Yep.
You hear the transmission cut. Smoker is, sitting there looking at all of you. Sounds like you have work to do.
There's always work to do.
At the mention of people maybe coming back into the facility, did I lay down any of the jawbone traps yet?
No, you have not.
Okay, so I'm going to start thinking of entrances they might be able to use to get to our location.
So she didn't say people were coming back into the facility. She said when they were scouting, they saw some unusual people on the grounds.
Okay.
It's more she was letting you know that there were some suspicious looking characters that entered the facility from outside.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of where best to set up traps.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
honestly,
you can look at your map and try and figure them out for the most part, but yeah.
I've got 2 really decent choke points here at J.
Mm-hmm.
That can be easily defensible, so I'm thinking of just setting up there.
I didn't know if you were gonna go for the ball.
There is a bunch of radio chatter squealing from a set of radios to Smoker's right. She kind of looks at you and says, I need to keep up appearances or it's going to be my head on the line too here. So I suggest you take what you need and leave quickly.
Name, you got everything you need?
Liam says, I need the access codes. She says, done. And she flicks another device towards him. He grabs it, also inputs it into his tech device. She says, that should be able to get you into any code locked doors. However, it's gonna take you a little bit to use the cipher. Liam kinda nods. She says, sorry I can't get you something better, but there's only 2 people that hold the red cards, and you don't want to deal with either of them if I'm being honest.
What's
So we won't try that.
cards?
What'd you say?
Oh, I was saying, well,
Lewis? What?
oh, did my thing cut out?
Yeah.
I was saying, what with the red cards?
You say where or who?
What?
The red cards will open any door on the facility, without fail. But they're held by our leader and her right hand. And trust me when I say you do not want to deal with either of them.
Let's see.
Looking at the map, I see that there's a way to I. Seems to be a one-way direction, though.
Correct.
I'm going to point at whatever might be indicating in the room that would be that way to I, and be like, maybe that's the best way forward. Just a quick check around and then get back into G.
Smoker says, I wouldn't recommend that if I were you.
Just to elaborate?
She kind of glances over her shoulder at you and says, that's usually where you'll find Lilith this time of day. And since we have guests, I would imagine they are with her at the moment. What?
I kind of like look back to everyone. I'm just like, you guys just calling where we go.
Liam is looking expectantly at the rest of you for an answer of where to go. So there's definitely a door on one side of J that leads towards I, and there's a door on the other side of J that leads to K, and then there's the door you came through that goes back to G.
Okay. Kind of want to see what's in K, honestly.
Yeah, we can
Wait,
go back around.
Can I try to see if I can feel for the needle a little bit?
What, the ring?
So,
Yeah,
using your trace metal, you feel a pull. It's kind of a broad, general direction. It's either coming from I or it's coming from H. You're not sure.
Can I also try to do the same?
You do the same. You also feel it's either coming from I or it's coming from H.
Kind of like look at Lewis. I'm like, what do you feel anywhere where she is?
I can't get a broad sense. I'm getting more of an H.
Oh, I pull up the map. I'm like, so where?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm getting more of anything, but we can try to. Is that connected through J? Like that arrow right here? Is J connected to I?
Yes. And that's the door she told you she wouldn't recommend you go through.
I see. So maybe if we're using like just observation skills, the kids would probably be in I, then H.
Okay.
But we should just check H just in case. But we can probably sneak into H if anything. Hope
So what you're saying is we go through the front door, kind of like point at the front door, J. I'm like, through this front door, go back through G, go through the front door of I, and then sneak back around to H.
Can I like untransform my head from the spear and just start like nodding along with him?
Oh, you can. He can see your reflection in the kind of the handle or in one of your wings actually, so you can nod at him from that.
Okay.
Liam says, like... "Wait, I thought we were going to K."
Oh.
Smoker talking lowly on the radios, responding to people paging into her, looks back at you and goes, "You guys are so disorganized."
We can go to K.
Let's...
We're going to K?
If you got a feeling of H, let's go to H. I'd say avoiding I right now, but...
I concur. Liam says, patting your head, Pidge.
Alright. Go to H then.
So you guys are going back out the front door into G?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys walk out into the hallway, which is still surprisingly empty. You are back in the hallway, facing L. You heading towards H?
Yeah, we're gonna try to head towards H.
On our way to H, at the door to I, I'm gonna drop some jawbone traps.
Okay. You do so.
And, I can't really stealthily hide it. How big's that door?
It is a pretty large... It's like double doors. Like, they're metal, but there's two doors.
Like
pretty big.
20-foot doors?
Yeah, about across. Like, they're pretty big.
So if I were to, say, put a 20-foot radius bomb...
It would cover the door.
So, if, say, we hear the door open, I can detonate said bomb.
True, but you would have to be close enough to hear the door open.
Yeah.
Is, like, Paige saying this out loud to herself, just like...
Yes, I'm imagining she's having this conversation with Ein.
Oh, no.
Kind of like fishing, I'm like, can't you, like, probably rig it to him opening the door?
I can't...
I don't know how bombs work.
I don't know how bombs work.
A pressure... Give me a second. Could I rig it so that it goes off when the jawbone traps?
It's going to take you time to set up to do that.
Okay. That is something I do not want, but...
also...
Am I under pressure here?
You don't see anybody in the hallway, but also, if you rig that, if somebody walks out those doors, it's gonna detonate either way.
So I was thinking a little ways away from the door so that the door doesn't block the initial explosion.
Might be smart. The doors look like solid metal, so...
Yeah. So a little ways away, but have it rigged so that when someone steps on the traps, they get caught in the explosion.
Also, Douglas and Lewis, as you guys walk out into the hallway and start walking forward, your connection is severed. Once again, you do not feel the pull.
So wait, I can't feel the pull at all?
You can't feel the pull at all, and neither can Douglas.
So they took off the ring?
I visibly get mad.
You're not sure. I mean, you have had the connection severed when she has been unconscious before. So
Yeah, I know.
It's
Well, I just kind of like get annoyed, like, just like kind of goddamn.
Eliza looks at you kind of worriedly, but doesn't say anything. Liam, while you guys are out in the hallway and Pidge is having this conversation, Liam has gone to the door of L because it's close and has started running the cipher on the door. It clicks open as you guys are having this conversation, and Liam goes inside to look around.
Okay.
I kind of realize, and I kind of like walk in, not really too much, like kind of nonchalantly.
As you have walked in, Liam has stopped walking in front of you. You are hit with an overwhelming scent of blood.
Oh.
You're in a main area, and there's the small section between like the two rooms. There is a wall there with a door in front of it, and there are glass panels. It almost looks like a viewing area. And he is standing in front of that, staring inside. You see him, like, his mouth dropped open a bit.
I kind of kind of like figure what it kind of is.
You can assume that you know.
Yeah, like assume something.
With that smell hitting you, it's not hard to imagine things. Are you gonna join him and look in the room that he's looking into?
Yeah, I do.
You walk forward, coming to the edge of this where you can see inside. You see there is a light flashing above the door that says live. It's flashing red. Inside, you see a familiar image. A woman hanging from the ceiling by her wrists, blood draining from her into a grate beneath her. You see a man bound to the wall in chains, his arms behind him, his head hung, his body slack against the wall. And further in the corner, you see Blair. She is also suspended. She looks like she's been beaten, but is not in as bad condition as the other woman.
Well,
Hmm?
my jaw drops as well.
And you said we're separated at the moment?
Yeah, so Liam and Douglas and Eliza went into L. And you guys are out there with Pidge while she's trying to figure out what to do about her bombs.
She's made a decision. She's not gonna rig anything. She's just gonna set up jawbones and
Okay.
put the Felicia and grip hands there in the center of the hall for most coverage.
Alright.
And then find the nearest like box, like a cardboard box,
Uh-huh.
and shove it on top of a Felicia.
Okay, you do so. There's a suspicious-looking box in the center of the hallway.
Okay.
It's about this time that you realize that Liam and Douglas and Eliza are no longer with you guys. The door to L is open.
I'm just like, well, I wonder where they went. Should we regroup? Or should we just stay right here? And wait for them to come back.
I'm going to keep an eye on my bomb, but we should see what they're doing. Keep together as a group.
So, Herb, I'm assuming you and Lewis are gonna go into L.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah.
walk in and you see the two of them standing there in front of this glass viewing area looking into this room. And as you guys kind of approach from behind, you both can see the same thing that they can. 3 adults. You see the live symbol flashing.
I instantly gasp upon seeing the bodies.
I'm going to make my way in there as well.
You also see what everybody is staring at.
The gun just lowers a little bit.
Camera.
As you're kind of looking, you can see, kind of as you move to the left, there is a camera in the right corner of the room focused on the 3 of them.
Are we in the camera's view?
No, it is inside the room with them.
They can't see us, right?
They
Oh.
cannot see you
Okay.
currently. And it would be easy to assume that if you entered through the doors and moved immediately right, you would not be caught by the camera.
Okay. I kind of like relayed that to Herb. It's like, hey man, we're not spotted by anything, camera wise, visibly.
Is there a way to cut the feed?
I might be able to figure it out if I can get in there. Liam is stammering. You've never seen him so shaken before.
Listen, I can kill the
They're
camera for you.
all 3 of them are dead, right?
No, they are not.
They're not.
You aren't sure about the first woman suspended because she is in such bad condition. You don't know if she's alive. However, Blair is definitely alive. You can see her fidgeting. The man against the wall is not moving, but he doesn't look to be in horrible condition. He's clearly been beaten, but he's not sliced up like she is.
I wonder, can I? We already did.
If you need me to, I can take out the camera real quick.
Liam nods at you. I'd appreciate that. What are
So
we
I'm
gonna
gonna go-
do? He
I go to-
looks... Sorry, he looks over at you, Douglas. He says, what are we gonna do? We can't carry them. Should we go in now, get them out of here, and risk them getting caught running around, or should we wait and come back for them?
Wait, come back. We get the feed now. They're just gonna know something's up. We gotta at least find the kids.
We should wait as well.
Shit. You see him clench a fist and then slowly turn his back on the room. I hate this.
You're telling me.
Let's go, he says, and hurriedly walks out of L. You have now found 3 of your missing people. So, do
3
with that what
adults?
you
It's
want.
like we walk out the room, I'm like we walk out of the room like
I thought it
Cool.
was 2 counselors and 17 kids.
It
Full of 4
originally...
counselors.
Oh.
Yeah,
Because
you
the
have
2
to
that got
add
kidnapped.
your decoys in.
I see.
17 items up for bid plus 5 special items. So, you guys are standing in front of L. What are you doing?
What? Here, wait, I'm back upstairs. What
I
room
think
are
we move around to
in again?
or E, to F and E.
F and E. We
Ow!
haven't been to F and E yet, huh?
You should
Go to-
probably check H.
I'll just go to H.
You're walking towards H. Liam jogs with you, and you see his hands shaking. It's taking him longer than usual to open this door, even with the cipher, just because he's having trouble focusing.
Ask him if he's feeling all right.
No, I'm not.
I understand.
The door
But-
clicks open as he says this. You look inside. There appear to be all kinds of shelving in here. And what looks like drugs. Different varieties of drugs in different sections of this room. All in different stages of processing and packaging.
I don't even walk into the room. Don't bother.
Can I make a investigation check?
Are you gonna walk
Did-
into the room?
Ah. We could use these. Yes.
Herb, are you walking into the room, or is he gonna have to transform into human form if he wants to go in there?
No, I'm not going in there.
So, I'm gonna ask you again, Lewis, do you want to go into that room? Because you are going to have to get out of your Meister's hands if you do so.
I try to tell Herb the medicine we can use. We could probably use it to band-aid the people hanging up right now.
Herb, you are looking at these drugs. These do not seem like the kind of drugs used for medication.
No,
What?
these are not medicinal drugs.
What type of drugs are they?
Oh my god, the actual worst medical student.
The actual worst medical student.
What do you mean? Drugs are drugs.
Drugs are drugs!
Oh, I'm like the bad drugs.
Oh my god. Douglas, where are you heading at this point?
I was kind of standing at the front of the door, just kind of staring in, like, shaking my head.
Okay. Liam starts walking towards F, points at the door in question.
And then I start walking over towards him. The door.
He flashes the key card. It opens. You guys find yourself in another buffer hallway, kind of like O. There's nobody in here. Are you going into E? Mind you, would you like to roll a perception check for me?
Yes, I'd like to roll a perception check. $15.
Okay, that's enough. You are looking at this buffer room and the room you're about to walk into, and something clicks in your brain, Douglas. The shape of this room to you and how it's divided up makes you think a lot of the bunkhouse that you grew up in.
Oh.
You have the sneaking suspicion that this is like a barracks room where people live.
Kind of like before I walk to the next door, I kind of like take a step back, kind of start looking around.
Liam is already walking towards the door that leads between F and E, but when you stop, he stops, turns to look at you in question.
It's like a room someone would live in. Multiple people would live in.
Well, why would the kids be in there then? Unless he cringes, looks at you. You don't think.
Could be.
Do we risk it or do we go back and try the other rooms first?
There are options. This room, I kind of like point at it. Or do we risk I?
I mean, we didn't check M and K. Then again, I mean, maybe the professors have found the kids. There were the rooms up top. We haven't heard anything from them. I don't know what to do, he says, looking at you.
Can we keep the door open on F and G?
You can. The doors are currently open.
Okay. I'm going to just stay keeping an eye on the bomb, because if anything comes of that room, I want to be able to surprise it.
I imagine you're in that little divot at the bottom of G, kind of where it dips down in between J and I. Like, that's where I imagine you've set up. That way you can, like, see down the hallway left to G and then up into G and H.
As much as that would be a smart decision, I'm trying to stay with it.
Oh, okay. So never mind. So you're set up, you're kind of, like, by the door to H and F then, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. Liam is looking to you, Douglas, and you, Herb, for guidance. He doesn't know what to do. He has his hand by the panel to open up into E.
But I do have the bomb set up so that I can still see it from
Correct.
there.
Yeah.
So it's still far out, but still in a spot where I can catch anyone.
Or what are you thinking?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, what?
This room, based off of the map, is the most applicable to me.
Is the most what? You're super quiet.
Is the most plausible to be holding cells. So steal your nerves, whatever we might find on the other side.
So are you guys going into E?
Yes, I think we have to.
Okay.
Can we like slightly peek out the door or peek in the door?
It is a it's like a sliding metal door, so I don't know how you plan on doing that.
Shoot.
You can try, I guess. I'll let you assist Liam in opening the door if you want to try and open it slow.
Give me
Yeah.
a second, guys. I might have a solution for this.
Okay. Pidge has
I'm
an
gonna drink a
idea.
shot. I'm gonna drink a shot and hope that I get the.
Oh dear God. Okay, roll me a fuck, roll me
Okay.
a D10. And then a D6.
Oh, it's a 10.
So y'all are watching Pidge. She like has this kind of like curious and then nervous look on her face for half a second, and she just steels herself and takes this shot. And you're all kind of like standing there expectantly, waiting for something to happen. And Pidge, they're all staring at you, waiting.
I just slump and be like, God damn it, shot.
Nothing happened.
Nothing
I do
happened.
another shot.
You're gonna do another shot? Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me a D10 and a D6.
Oh no.
What have you done?
Don't mind me, I'm just smashing my thighs.
What did you
Okay.
roll?
Okay, for 3 rounds, I get. Sneaky beaky.
Oh! Plus, no! No, you didn't!
I rolled a 7.
Holy Christ. So you now have, for that many rounds, you have a plus 20 to your presence. Y'all are watching Pidge. She takes the shot, the second one, and y'all are kind of like expecting nothing to happen, and then she's just gone. She's just no longer standing there.
I like look over at Liam like, what the?
Don't look at me, I don't know what the fuck happened.
Am I going blind?
I'm going to see if I can slip in real quick.
You hear her speaking to you, like out loud, in the room, but y'all don't see her.
I say Sam and Dean.
I like look over at Lewis. I'm like,
Sorry, it's just from a TV
What the
show I
fuck
used to
did you
watch.
just say? Okay, so I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. You are going to sneak into E. Roll me a perception check. Let's see what you see.
Alright. Where did I put that die? Okay. 13 base.
So, this is how I imagine this happens. There's a vent on the wall. Suddenly, the panel to the vent is no longer on it. You guys just, like, suddenly notice that the vent shaft is open. Pidge, you have gone through the shaft, and you're looking through to the other side into E, and you see a bunch of guys in the same black armor. They are walking around. You're counting slowly. It looks to be 7 men walking between bunks. There are a lot of bunks in this room. Like, clearly this place can house, like, a couple hundred people. There is also another person walking around, and you get an intense soul reading from this person. You're not sure why, but there is an energy radiating off of them. You do not see any children anywhere. Or anything that looks like holding cells.
Like,
I
I
slip
like
back.
whisper to Leo, like,
I go back and I say and report to them what I saw.
So,
Bunch of men,
yeah.
barracks, no holding cells, and a dangerous person.
talking to us.
yeah,
That's
so, yeah, Pidge is like, you just hear this disembodied voice telling you all of these things.
I ask her, hey, you want to go inside H?
Why?
I don't know, just, just see what's in there. Just in case.
You're not going in that room.
How much?
You still have a couple of minutes of use for your shot, so if there's anywhere else you want to go check, I would do it now.
Okay. Yeah. Check around H real quick.
Okay, so you just hear feet thud thud thud, and she's just gone. You can feel like the wind moving past you, Herb, as she kind of runs out the door. You go into H, and you find yourself nearly running into, but just managing to avoid, a person actually in H, leaned back in a chair, clearly sampling something from this room. They're not exactly sober right now. Their head tilted back. You're getting a soul reading from them as well. You're like an inch from just barreling into this person, by the way. Like, you did like the arm flap and everything.
Anything else I can see in the room before I yeet out of there?
There's a whole lot of drugs in here. There is a lot of cocaine.
Okay,
Lord.
I am out of there.
Get out of here.
You barrel out of the room. You still have a little bit of time.
Shit.
You've got maybe like 3 minutes left.
I'm gonna run over to K and check that room.
So yeah, once again, Herb, like you kind of walked out of the hallway and you just hear thud 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 down the hallway and just whoosh of air. You run to K. It requires a keycard.
Wasting time, run back, grab a key card, run back.
Fucking, Liam's standing there, like, holding the key card, looking at you very confused, Douglas, and then suddenly the key card just moves out of his hand, and
Flies
just,
away.
like, floating down the hallway, just down the hallway, and it's gone.
I just kind of like, I'm like just confused. I like slowly took and like turned at Liam like,
You saw that, right?
was that your key? Was that the key card?
That was the key card. Shit! And he takes off down the hallway!
I like also realized at the same time and I follow him.
He starts jogging down. He gets to the end of the hallway, kind of like between M and K. Pidge, you flash the key card to K just as you start to come back to
Back
color.
to reality.
Snap back to reality. Just as you start to like phase back into being visible, the door does not open. It appears this one is going to require a cipher.
I just stand there and be like, okay, I'll get back to my watch. And I turn around and look directly down the hall towards I.
You do so, grabbing Eon once again. You guys are standing outside of M and K. Liam looks at you and says, "Which one?"
K's got some pretty high security.
K has high security.
Enough for the
K, I guess.
Looking at the doors to K and M, they appear to be of the same make.
Do we see Pidge?
Yeah, she is visible now.
Pidge, do you want to happen to the key card?
I hold it up.
Pidge, what was in room H? I mean,
Someone who I don't want ever to go down. To ever come down, I should say. He is high as a kite.
She was high as a kite.
She was as high as a kite.
I just kind of stare at Pidge, just like in disbelief. I'm like,
was there any traps in there or anything? Like, was it
no,
crazy?
I think she was the trap.
She was the trap?
I think she was the trap.
I transform into human form, and I casually walk into H.
Were you gonna stop him?
Yes.
Thank God. Okay, so you try to transform back into human form, and you feel the pull from Herb's hands, trying to hold you back. Herb, I assume you've gone down the hallway with the rest of them. So Liam is approaching Kay. He begins using his cipher on the door. The door slides open, and you hear a voice echoing in the room that you guys slowly walk into.
still looking at Pidge like in disbelief that she has a key card.
Yeah, she's just standing there with Eon in her hands now.
She's got the key card held up to give it back to him.
Liam like has taken it from you once more.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys walking into K?
Yeah.
Going into K? Okay.
You hear this voice sharply echoing off the walls. Which one? Which one? One of you lucky little brats is gonna be mine. I'm so excited to finally have a weapon that can actually hold their own. There is a woman standing in front of the door that goes to K1.
Sick of mine.
She's sending Ein after her.
Not even worth a full character, just a pet.
She has what looks to be a sword strapped to her waist, and on hearing Sikkim Ein and a growl from your mechanical corgi, she turns slowly, her long blonde pigtails kind of swaying, and looks straight at you. What's this? I wasn't expecting company.
Can we do an investigation before we roll initiative?
What do you want to investigate on her? I will let you, but tell me what you...
Let me see. The room first, before anything.
So this is definitely like a holding area, and the room that K1, the door that she was standing in front of, is a cell block. And as you kind of look past her, you see shapes of people huddled in the cell behind her.
Shoot. And then her weapon. Does it have any like? Would I notice if it have any like?
You're getting a mild energy reading from her, but Herb, you would be able to tell that this is not a living weapon.
Okay. And then, who's closest to her except for the corgi?
The corgi is like in front of you guys, and then I would say probably Douglas and Eliza are closest, with Herb and you right behind him, and Liam in the hallway with Pidge.
Okay. I'm getting more of the scenario.
She has not drawn her weapon or approached you guys yet. Do you want to try and talk to her, or are you just gonna roll initiative?
I would like to talk to her.
You're in weapon form, so it's gonna be a
No, I was gonna
little
say,
interesting,
Douglas.
but...
Send Douglas to talk to her.
Send Douglas! I don't know if Douglas is in any condition. Douglas, you want to say anything to her, or are you starting to see red?
Red.
Okay, that's what I thought. Herb, you got anything to say?
Not at the moment.
Alright, so Douglas, what do you want to do, since you're seeing red?
Do I like see inside the room?
You can see shapes in the room, but you can't tell what they are from how far back you are.
I want to teleport, or not teleport, but I want to blink behind the girl, but not attack yet.
Go ahead. It's gonna cost you.
Soma
I'm not gonna
suddenly
make you
appears
roll
and
for it.
one-shots everyone.
What?
Soma suddenly appears and one-shots everyone.
Oh, shit.
I'm not gonna make you roll for it. You blink behind her. She doesn't even seem to notice you. Her eyes focused on the corgi. Oh my god, that is the cutest thing I've ever seen! She starts walking toward the corgi.
I just turn around, see what, like, is in the cell.
You see a huddle of children.
Back around.
There are 8 of them huddled together.
Soma's in there too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
someone got in the pile.
What did you say, Douglas?
I turned back around to face the girl.
She is not focused on you at all. She's looking at the corgi. She hasn't even so much as touched her sword. She's like crouched down in front of it. And she goes, "Oh my god, who made you? You are the cutest. You are so adorable. I can't handle it."
Grab
Tail shot.
Eliza and just stab her right in the spine.
Are you? Oh. Okay. Roll me a d20. Just a regular d20.
Oh, shoot.
Oh my god.
Night
16.
thing. What is the corgi gonna do?
Assist. But it doesn't matter because she critted. So here's what happens. You have blinked behind her, and she didn't even seem to notice you at first, very focused on the corgi, but as you twirl Eliza up into your fingers and go to stab down, she is suddenly not in front of you. She is just gone in an instant. Your dagger dropping down into nothing. Well, that wasn't very nice. You hear coming from above you.
Yeah,
Not getting stabbed wasn't nice either.
You gonna look up?
I look up.
I need you to tell me, are you blocking with Eliza, or are you going to take this hit?
I'll block with Eliza.
Okay. So you hear, that wasn't very nice. Look straight up, and she is dropping down on you with a full overhead arc. You manage to bring Eliza up and catch her. Just catch the blade and slide all the way up to the hilt with the amount of force that she comes down on you with. You can feel the power behind her strike. And you imagine that had she been holding a living weapon, it might have hurt both of you as hard as she just hit you just now. Eliza is going to take 10 damage. She doesn't even seem to flinch in your grasp.
Does she get affected by stone skin or no?
She does actually. Good reminder.
I finally remembered stone skin.
So 5 damage for Eliza, since you're keeping track of all 3 of them.
Do I? Okay.
Yeah, it's on your page.
So I actually just affect like the Google Drive. I'll just affect the Google Drive.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
There you go. It's 155. Yeah, because you dropped 5.
I was gonna do like max health.
Oh no, I would take it out of hers.
Yeah, well, I was gonna make like another bar for like maximum health.
Also, I should say, you don't know what Katya's health is at.
I do like a maximum health.
You don't know. So this is current HP. So.
Okay. Welcome.
That's that bar. So, yeah. The rest of you, I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
Roll high. Herb, roll high.
I'm assuming I don't roll initiative.
You need me to roll?
Either you or Lewis, whichever one wants to. And then Pidge, if you are entering the combat, I'm gonna need you to roll as well, or you can stay in the hallway.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
15.
I'm staying in the hallway, but I'm entering the combat as well.
Okay.
Just so that Ein's able to be up there.
Okay.
I'm too nervous to consider letting anyone in I be a problem.
Okay. So what was your roll?
14.
Okay, so you, and then you guys...
I need a roll or no?
No, you are already you initiated the combat yourself.
Okay.
Okay. So Pidge, it is Ein's turn. What is Ein doing?
You know what? I'm gonna actually turn my barrel in and aim as well.
So
is she
where?
Through the doorway?
No. So where they are standing, they are more close to K1. You cannot see them just from standing in the hallway.
Okay, then I'm gonna go in and be a part of it.
Okay.
So Ein is going to use a tail shock.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as you have enough to use it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He's got 12 points, so that's only going to cost him 4.
Gotcha.
And then I'm going to shoot.
Okay.
That's a 7 on Ein. Well, 7 plus... What is Ein's to hit?
Also, don't worry about the 1d4. Just do the damage rolls for me.
Okay. What I'm asking is, what is Ein's 1 to hit?
Don't worry about that either, because this is going to hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just roll damage for me.
Oh, shoot, I don't have a d12 at the moment.
You want me to roll for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Haha, you shouldn't have let me roll for you.
Oh.
Okay, and then you are shooting, so, you know, basic attack.
Yep. 21 to hit?
It's gonna hit. Roll me damage.
20 points of damage.
What was the number? Sorry.
20 points of damage.
20. Okay.
Straight 20.
All right. Herb, Lewis, you guys are up. And I'm imagining the reason all of these are hitting right now is because she is mid-air, still coming down on top of Douglas when all of this happens. So, she can't really dodge anything y'all are doing.
Does she have any metal around?
She does not have any metal on her whatsoever.
What's her weapon made out of?
Interesting question. You're not sure. You can ask
What's her
Eliza.
weapon?
Should we chain her?
I think we just basic attack right now.
We could.
Going in for a basic?
Yeah.
Okay. So roll to. I'm not even gonna make you roll to hit. Just roll for damage.
Oh, okay. 22.
Okay. Douglas, it's back to you. Liam is once again guarding Pidge and keeping an eye on the hallway.
If he notices anything with the bomb, can you let me know?
He will. Yeah, he is specifically staying in the hallway to keep a lookout and keep an eye on your ordnance.
Okay. Because I'm starting to develop theories about and I'm gonna keep them to myself for now. So.
Okay.
I'll like quickly ask Eliza, like, what's the weapon made out of?
I don't know. It's not metal. It's something weird. It's like it's almost like it's plastic, but it's sharp as hell.
Plastic. Plastic.
Look, you fucking touch it. I don't know. It's not metal.
Think so.
Would you focus and quit laughing at me? It's you guys' move.
So like I'm kind of like guarding with Eliza like this blade, right?
Yeah, so she has come down on you, and you are guarding, and you guys have got the hilts kind of against each other.
And I like turn my other arm into my axe and just kind of like jam it into her.
You can try.
Side.
Roll me a d20. Let's see what happens.
Oh, oh Jesus. Nat 20.
Again?
Yeah.
Boys! Y'all are running through these people. Yeah,
My
so
bad.
guarding with Eliza, you go, like, you're pushing against her to kind of throw her, and you transform your arm into the blade of your weapon and just go to just slice into her side. She clearly was not expecting this. Like, she was expecting you to fight with your dagger, and suddenly there's another weapon coming in from the side, and you hit her clean between the ribs and just slice straight into her side. Roll me double damage.
Bad strength.
Yeah. Combined strength, mind you. Like, roll your basic attack
Ooh.
damage and then multiply it by 2.
Roll a 2.
Okay.
Ew.
Plus your strength?
Really, that's what. Yeah. Well, no. Not plus my. I mean, in total it's 30.
Okay. She is not looking good. You cut, like, really far into her side, and it throws her. She rebounds off of the wall and kind of lands on her feet, staggering forward, and drives her blade into the ground, a crack in the concrete, and kind of steadies herself on it, panting.
I turn my arm back in my arm. I blade back in my arm.
She at this point is looking up at you. She can hardly move. Pidge, you see this happen.
Ein is going to go for a bite.
Okay. Just roll me a d20 to hit.
9. That's whatever he gets.
Oh man, almost. Ein almost had it. She's breathing heavily, and Ein goes in for a bite, and she manages to move her foot and kick Ein in the face. He doesn't hurt him, but it definitely sends him sprawling off.
And as that's happening, I'm shooting.
Okay. Roll me a basic hit. Not like an attack, but like a d20 to hit.
Oh, just a d20 to hit? No.
Yeah. D20 to hit, the others for your damage.
So no modifier?
Nope.
Okay, 11.
Yeah, you're gonna hit. Okay, so go ahead and roll me damage.
Okay. 19.
Okay. What were you aiming for? Out of curiosity.
Headshots. This is a sniper.
God damn. Oh, this poor girl. Oh. She goes to block with her sword, and your bullet cuts clean through it, grazing the side of her face, kind of into her cheekbone. She staggers and then just collapses against the wall, the broken pieces of her blade clattering to the floor in front of you, Douglas. Blood spilling out down onto her chest and onto the ground around you. Lewis, your enemy is now on the ground.
I see. Now, and shoot, she's hurt.
I think we shackle again. Just
Say,
turn it
yeah,
around.
we just shackle them down.
Roll me d20.
16.
Are you shackling her arms or legs?
She's just laying on the ground, right?
She's kind of sitting against the wall, like she's collapsed back against the wall.
I think we shackle her neck. To be honest.
Kind of smart. I'll let you drop to 1 if you want that.
Ooh.
What do you, the AP cost to 1?
No, I mean, like, I'll let you drop to 1 shackle. Like, put both of your shackles into 1, so it's a strong shackle.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we could do her neck and her torso.
You can do that if you want. It's up to you. Just tell me what you want.
Neck torso.
Yeah, I think we do neck torso.
Okay.
Yeah, neck torso.
So, you guys, focus, and instantly these metal shackles come out, one wrapping around her torso just beneath her chest, and the other snapping around her neck. You see a hand feebly move up and grip at the shackle around her neck, her eyes moving up to look at you, Douglas, since you are the one directly in front of her. It is also your turn. Please, don't.
Oh, now I feel bad.
Crouch. I just kind of pick up like a piece of her blade, just to see what it is.
It appears to be some kind of plastic material. But as you, like, finger the blade, it is incredibly sharp.
I like toss it down like weird ass blade you got. I don't want to like kill her. I just kind of want to knock her out.
She offers you this sad, weak smile as you say that.
Check her pockets.
Kind of hit her with the butt of Eliza.
You do so. It instantly puts her out. So now you have her against the wall, unconscious, still shackled.
Check her pockets.
Do I hear that? Do I hear like check her pockets?
You do! Through your link! You just hear Lewis say, check her pockets!
like look back, like see if I can see Lewis.
She might have something important.
You can see his reflection in the wing of his staff.
I just give him like a thumbs up.
Just kind of like shake my head at him, and then I like try to rummage through the pockets, I guess.
You do not find anything in her pockets but another pack of smokes. Add to your
Take the
collection,
pack
I
of
guess.
Confident smile.
These are really, really shitty cigarettes, by the way. These are like an awful brand.
Ugh.
Great. Kind of like offer like the other pack to Liam.
Liam takes it. Well, he's still out in the hallway, so you'd have to like go out there to hand it to him.
Yeah, like I like hold the pack. I like kind of walk out like here's a pack.
Pitch
Thanks.
is looking around at the jail
I
cell.
found on her.
So as you start to approach the cell, you look in and you also can see there is a group of kids huddled together in one of the back corners. There are 8 children in this cell. Some of them look like they have been injured. Some are bruised. Some have blood leaking from their nose and scratches along their arms and legs. They all look scared.
I tell Liam, like, I tell Liam just like contact contact her, telling her that we found the children.
Liam starts obeying you, typing into his thing, and he starts relaying that message to Phala. Can we assume the rest of them are in M then?
Probably.
He nods. Well, I guess we need to check to be sure, right?
Yep.
As you're saying this, Pidge, one of the kids gets up, nervously starts walking toward you. You're not with them, are you?
What gave it away? The pink gun?
You see tears flood the eyes of this small child. She grips the bars, looking up at you. Did my sister send you?
I don't know who your sister is, but we're going to get you out. You're going to be safe.
I hear that.
You do.
Kind of like turn back and look at the child, and I just say, "Yeah, she sent us."
It is Lynx, the eldest of the two, staring out at you. She is clearly trying not to cry, but she can't help it at this point. The rest of the children in the cell, the other 7, they all start to get up and hesitantly move closer. There are 2 older ones that maybe like early pre-adolescent, like between 12 to 14. They're kind of standing in front of all of the kids and protecting them. They look like they've gotten the worst of the beating in this group.
I like kind of elbow Liam like, "Hey, tell Vela that we found him."
He does so. You hear a sigh of relief come through the comms, but nothing else.
Go check in.
What'd you say?
I said like, "All right, let's go check in."
Okay. Liam backs up, jogs toward M, begins to unlock the door. It slides open. Who's going in first?
Is anyone else with?
You
we
all
all
are kind of together.
I am still going back out to G, but being able to turn around and look into him.
I was
I'm
wondering.
Go ahead,
Oh, sorry.
Lewis.
I was wondering if that unbreakable passive is it just for me or is it for meisters. One.
When you are being wielded, it is for both of you.
Okay.
Douglas, are you leading the way into M?
I guess so.
Okay.
Kind
So
of like walking
you
cautiously.
walk in and you see two people kind of sitting. One's sitting on a crate and the other's kind of leaning with her arms around the first one. They both look up when you enter. Wow. I wondered when you guys would try and break in here.
Oh yeah.
Do we have to? Come on, you know what Lilith told us. The man stands up, the girl's still leaning kind of across the box. He crosses his arms. You really want to do this? Right here, right now? You can see behind him, it is the same type of room as Kay. There is a holding cell behind him.
Gotta do what I gotta do.
He smiles a bit. I guess you do. He just seems to be waiting to see what you're gonna do. His hand, though, you watch, has slowly dropped to his side and tilted backwards, his fingers opening up.
I watch his hand.
Nothing has happened. He's
we see
just
what's
standing
in the
there,
weapon?
almost at the ready.
That girl the weapon. You the meister.
Oh, you're perceptive, aren't you? As a matter of fact, she is. She kind of blushes, almost embarrassed. I'm gonna ask you again, you really sure you want to do this, kid? It's not gonna be like what you've dealt with so far. Honestly, I don't really give a damn whether we fight or not. I'm just getting paid.
Taking orders. Taking orders.
Yeah. Gotta provide for me and the lady somehow.
Honestly, don't want to fight you if I.
Well then don't. You can turn around and walk out of here and I can pretend like I never saw you. Of course, that would
That's what the
mean that
children though.
you can't have what's behind me either.
Yeah.
Why don't you just take what you can get and get out of here? If you know what's good for you. Cause if Lilith finds out you're here, you ain't gonna be walking out of here at all, you know what I'm saying?
Not really.
Ah, you're a cocky one then. The rest of you have kind of huddled in the doorway and are hearing this conversation. Would any of you like to join, or are you guys gonna wait and see what's going on?
I whisper as quietly as I can, just, you guys done playing footsie? Or are we gonna get this started?
Yeah, that's his residence.
Yeah.
Investigate the room.
The room looks exactly the same as K. I won't even make you roll for it. Yeah, it's definitely holding cells, and the major cell is behind you. There are people in the cell. You can't get a good look at them from the doorway, though.
Okay. And then, are they wearing any metal, or around metal of any kind?
You do see that just like in the picture, the man is wearing a set of dog tags. The girl has a ring on her ring finger. That's about the only metal you can really see on them.
Okay. Let's see. I ask her like, how do you want to try to do this one? Should we just wait?
Wait, what?
Should we just wait until?
Lewis and Herb are having a strategy meeting in the background while you and this guy are staring each other down.
Should we just wait for them to do? They seem kind of odd, you know.
Every second we waste here means more trouble if anyone else shows up. Just another reminder, we gotta get going. Though this doesn't look easy.
No, Master.
Like through the residents, I'm like, why don't you guys do something first?
Hmm. Should we try a? We never really tried a lot.
What?
And you guys can do a lot.
Try to slow them down.
Wait, so
But
what are
I'm
you
not-
wanting to do?
But I was trying to see how much.
How long are they taking to do this?
Douglas and this guy are staring each other down, and you guys are like having this conversation in a matter of like milliseconds through your resonance link.
Can I throw together a sir while they're staring each other down?
No, it is going to take you a good like 20 to 30 minutes to make a sir.
Ah, dang.
Like it takes a significant amount of time to make heavy ordnance like that.
Okay. What about a smoke bomb?
It's gonna take you like 10. You don't have that kind of time, I don't think.
Yeah, and I used the only smoke bomb I had at the beginning.
Yeah. Last chance, guy, he says, looking at you, Douglas.
And for you, man.
Are any of you gonna make the first move?
I throw Corgi. I throw Ein.
You're just gonna yeet Ein into the room?
No. I
Yes.
was gonna say maybe we can just try to boost our AC. Metal imitation.
Shit. Roll me a d20, Pidge.
A 19.
So, Douglas, there is just a corgi suddenly flying over your shoulder. In a flash, the girl is no longer there, and you see a weapon forming. It looks to be some sort of whip. Long chain links between a very sharp, pointed, almost dagger-like tip as it smashes into Iron and throws Iron to the side.
I like getting into a defensive stance. I was like, but
I never.
no need for that. The dog.
You threw it at me. I didn't really have a choice, did I?
I didn't throw it.
Enough
Still, let it
games.
bite you.
You're right. Want to do blink?
Go ahead.
Right.
You gonna swing?
Yeah.
Roll me d20 to hit.
$15.
It's gonna hit. Roll me damage. What was it?
What is that? I'm brain dead. 29.
I'm brain dead. Okay. So
Staring
you
at 16, I'm like, what is 16 plus 13?
you bring the dagger down. Eliza slides into the weight, like the whip is kind of moved around his back and then in front of him again to deflect the corgi. You come down and the whip, like, you make contact with one of the chain links and Eliza's dagger goes through the link. You hear, like, a chuckle come from the man's lips, and then there is an explosion of what looks like smoke directly into your face. I need you to roll a Constitution save for me.
Do I add my con to it or no?
Yeah, go ahead.
4.
Okay, so this burst of smoke happens and you manage not to inhale. However, Eliza's weapon form begins to tremble in your hands. You hear a weird, almost like crackling sound coming from the dagger, and then she begins to cough through your resonance link wildly.
But can I do anything or no?
You just hear her coughing. That's about all you can
Okay.
do. Lewis, what do you want to do? I'm running herb for you, so tell me what you would like.
Oh, we. What herb?
He had to bail.
Good.
Oh, I see. Okay. Kind of nervous now. Now it's double the responsibility. Okay, here, wait, let me pull up my sheet again.
I mean, you could always basic attack if you want to be safe. Just remember you gotta keep track of your AP.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'm just gonna basic.
Okay. Roll me a d20 to hit.
Okay. 5.
So you go in, or rather, Herb takes you in, sprinting into the room, and he goes to swing down when this burst of smoke happens. Herb misses his swing because he's dodging out of the way so as not to be touched by it, because something looks off about this smoke. Pidge, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna get Ein to attack.
Okay.
Just with a regular bite.
Okay. Roll me a d20 to hit.
Oh, shoot. 5.
Surprisingly, that is enough. So, roll me a d20 for damage.
19.
Ein goes in and just snaps onto this guy's ankle. You hear him curse under his breath, start kind of like trying to kick Ein off. Douglas, it's your move. Eliza is coughing roughly. You feel her trembling in your hand, and for some reason, your resonance link, it seems weaker than normal.
I want to try to get out of the smoke.
You backpedal. It's not difficult to get out of it. It was a short-range burst. However, as you tried to pull away, you feel the whip twisting, trying to keep a hold of Eliza in its grasp. Roll me a d20.
13.
I wish that was enough. You feel Eliza ripped from your hand and thrown in the opposite direction of you as you backpedal. The whip snaking around, almost like a living entity, almost like a tail on this man to face you. The dagger point hovering over his shoulder, looking at you.
Stare at him. Just my demeanor just like completely drops.
As Eliza is thrown, she kind of like tumbles into her human form, hitting the ground, and you hear just this agonized grunting coming from her as a hand grasps to her chest. The man's not looking at you, but the head of the snake, if you will, the end of the whip is watching you. Lewis, what do you want to do?
I was thinking, maybe we should just use Iron Lung.
Okay.
Iron Lung, sound mind.
Yeah, it's gonna
sound
raise your
body.
speed and dex.
Yeah.
So the two of you close your eyes, focusing, realizing that this enemy is not like the other enemies you've faced. This enemy is going to be a problem. And between the two of you, you have focused and managed to raise your speed and dex by 4. This is until the end of combat, so keep track of those numbers.
Okay. Let's see. So do I raise herbs?
Yeah,
Things
it's
by
both
4?
of you. It's plus
Okay.
4 for both of you. So technically it's a plus 8 to overall. So you may be able to do something that you couldn't do before. I'm not sure. Pidge? Ein is grappling this man.
Ein is going to attack again, and this time I'm going to shoot.
Okay. Roll me a d20 for Ein to hit and a d20 for you to hit.
Ein has an 18.
Okay.
I have a natural 20.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that checks out, honestly. So, Ein goes to attack, and this man manages to kick Ein to the side, but it's at the same motion that you go to shoot him, and that is why it succeeds. And you are upset. You are being worn down by everything you've seen in this entire situation, and you're aiming for a headshot again, I assume?
Yep.
Roll me 2 d20s. Something interesting's about to happen.
3 and 2.
Damn.
It doesn't really matter. Oh god. Okay, so as you go to fire, you are aiming for a headshot on him. And the whip, sensing this bullet coming, lifts and takes the brunt of your bullet directly into the dagger end of her weapon. And it is enough to knock her out of the air, out of weapon form, and she goes tumbling off to the side. Leaving you, Douglas, standing with this man with his back to you, his eyes move towards his weapon, who is in human form on the ground. The opposite corner of the room, Eliza is choking, trying to breathe. It's your move, Douglas. What do you want to do?
Kind of say to him, do this one-on-one, man.
You want to settle this like men while our girls are dying? Fine with me. He turns to you. You gonna swing at him?
Take a cigarette out, put it in my mouth.
Is the floor made out of concrete here?
Yes, it is. You take a cigarette out. He does the same. What are you doing?
Fist up.
Yep.
I put my fist up.
He doesn't. He stands there. You get the sense with the way his body's angled that he's ready for you, Like, he's in a ready stance, but he's not, like, putting his hands up defensively or anything. Eliza, in the background, still struggling, tears running down her eyes as she tries to breathe, says your name worriedly, as if she can sense something.
We're seeing red a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
There's my name.
Yeah. So, you going in for a punch?
Yeah. I want to go in for a left hook to the gut.
Go ahead.
$18.
Oh, yeah. You're gonna hit. So, he tries to move out of the way a little bit, and then his eyes kind of catch on his partner, who is struggling to push herself up on the opposite side of the room, and he takes it. He full on takes your punch. And since he comes after you, shit, his hit's not gonna connect with you. I don't even have to have you roll for that. Unless you, well,
No,
go ahead and
that
roll.
bad?
Go ahead and roll. Maybe you'll crit fail. We'll see.
That's a 13.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. So yeah, you catch him with this hook, and he moves to kind of jab into your side, and you manage to deflect the blow. Lewis, they are in the middle of a fist fight. What do you want to do?
So, did I watch them
Did you watch what?
when they both lit up a cigarette?
You
Challenge
did.
each other?
Like, this is very clearly a challenge between men. Herb seems kind of hesitant to intrude on said challenge.
And which room are we in again?
You guys are in
We're
K.
in K? Okay.
I thought we were in M. Or,
Or no, you're in
We're in
M,
M.
sorry. They're
We're
the
in
same
M.
rooms for me.
yeah, it's the same
The
room.
same
it's just
exact
different area.
rooms.
Can we try to sneak around to M1
Yeah.
and see if there's more kids there?
Yeah,
just, like,
so
sneak in.
you and Herb managed to get around the people fighting, and you kind of, Herb keeping his eye on the fight, you know, looking over his shoulder in your wing form, you also see there are children back here. And doing the math in your head, it is safe to assume that the rest of the 17 children are in this cell. They look in just as bad condition as the other kids. They're huddled in the corner, scared, confused, some of them injured.
Then I yell back to Doug, "Hey man, your girl might be, man, you
You do not see Katya anywhere in this cell. You would know Katya. She is not in this cell.
Okay. So he didn't hear me yell that, did he?
No.
Okay.
But you could say she's not here, which might have an interesting effect.
Hey man, she's not here. We might have to keep looking.
Pidge,
You better win.
you see these two in a fist fight. The girls are on the ground. Whatever you did to that whip, you're not sure how, because you were sensing a crazy strong energy reading coming off of this weapon in front of you. So you know your bullet shouldn't have done that much damage to her. You're not sure what happened. What do you want to do?
First thing I do is smack my head against the wall, seeing the two get into a fist fight. And then I'm going to head over and see if I can help Eliza up with whatever her problem is.
So you start walking over to Eliza, and it's just like, it's almost like she's having an asthma attack. Like she can't catch her breath. Her breath is super shallow. The tears in her eyes are from the fact that she can't seem to get a full breath. Her body's shaking.
Wish I knew anything about medical knowledge.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not sure what the fuck is happening to her.
I went
And-
to medical school.
So I just stand there as sort of a guard between the two fist fighters,
Okay,
the fight and the.
Douglas. You gonna punch him again?
Yeah, as I slip the punch, I just want to right hand him in the face.
Okay.
Like, just rock his shit.
Go ahead, D20. You know how these fast rolls go. Nobody's interrupting you.
17.
You're gonna hit him. Roll me another D20.
I had strength and no.
No, I'm gonna rapid fire 20s for a second here, so just keep rolling for me.
27.
How did you get a 27?
Oh wait, that's my bad.
Just a D20.
14. Yeah, 19.
Okay, he's not gonna hit you. Roll me another D20. Oh, you're gonna hit him no matter what, because that was a crit fail.
Oh, 15.
Well, what do you want to do? Because he just crit failed. You got a chance to put him on the ground.
How many punches have I put it? So like, I just threw him the
This
right.
is your
right?
third. This is your third hit.
Okay, so I gut punched him.
Mhm.
Right into the face, trying to like destroy his cigarette.
Yep.
And then like, I come in with a left hook, try to like knock his ass to the ground.
You do so. Like his mind does not is split between you and between the girl that is laying on the ground in the background. He almost seems like his will to fight has left him the second she wasn't in his hand anymore. And it's almost in that same way where it's almost like he's having a conversation while his fight is happening. Like he's listening to someone, his eyes darting towards her. And you deliver that hit and it knocks him clean off his feet. He drops to the ground, grunting, trying to push himself up. What do you want to do?
Get the hell out of here. I don't want to kill y'all.
The feeling's mutual. Come on, girl. Let's go. She kind of weakly scrambling to his side. You get a look at her as she goes to get under his arm to pick him up. She doesn't look injured at all. And the energy that she is putting off is incredibly strong. She gets under his arm and makes eye contact with you, Douglas. And then starts moving toward the door.
I just kind of watch them as they go.
They turn the corner and head off in the direction of, like, in. That way, in or O, down the hall. And yeah, you guys are standing alone in the room.
Walk over to Liza. Like, try to help her as much as I can.
So you grab her, and it's almost like the second that the woman left the room, whatever was choking her is gone. Eliza, taking in full, deep breaths, kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, shaking a little bit, just catching her breath.
You okay? Alright.
Yeah.
Good.
She nods at you, looks kind of dazed a little bit.
Sit here and take a breather. Check on the kids.
She kind of leans back against the wall. You walk over. You make the same assessment. You're standing next to Herb and Lewis, and you look in and you see this is the rest of the 17. They're in the same condition. They're looking up at you. You see a familiar face amongst this group, by the way. The same little girl that you saw in the photo when you guys were on the website, the girl with the blue hair. She is in here as well.
Who's here?
How is she looking?
She looks like she has been punched in the face. Like, her nose is bleeding, her jaw and the side of her face is bruised. She has kind of a black eye. She looks up at you and just slowly, like, lifts a hand towards you and then drops it exhaustedly.
Like look at her, just like sad, as I like kind of look at all of them, like like I can't really do anything at the moment. I shout out to Liam, just like, hey, the rest of them.
You hear his voice in the hallway, relaying information once again to Vela.
Do I see the other sibling?
Yes. Lynx is
I
in
also
there as
relay
well.
that. I relay that too.
You still hear him talking. You assume that he has told her this. And you are standing there. So you have now located all of the 17 missing children and 3 of the recruiters.
I'm looking over
I,
at
I leave the room. Walk out to Liam.
Liam and Pidge are standing there staring down the hall at I. They both have a very, like, unhappy look on their faces. I have a bad feeling about this, Liam says under his breath.
Yeah, like what?
to knock.
If what Smoker said is right, that's probably the planning room. The room where their leader stays.
Mm-hmm.
If they've got Kat and Willow in there, then
Be a hell of a fight.
and we aren't in any condition for that right now. We still haven't seen the professors either, so it's safe to assume that they've been in fights of their own. We can't rely on them to come help us for this.
I know.
What do you want to do, Douglas? Look at your girl, she's tired. Everybody in there is tired.
What else can we do?
I ask again. Do you want me to knock?
Knock. Knock.
I cock my gun. Knock.
Knock.
Eliza comes up behind you, places a hand firmly on your shoulder, and gives you a nod.
You alright now? Better?
Are you gonna detonate it?
I'm not detonating the bomb. I'm gonna shoot the door. Make it as loud as possible.
Maybe should someone walk the prisoners back and then regroup?
Do you think it's safe to get them to the lift?
With those
Liam
Uh,
is talking into his thing, and he says, if somebody took them back to the lift, I might be able to get some of the ladies to meet you at the top, escort them out.
Then we should also get the recruiters. This is our only chance to do that. And remember, we've got a bunch of people over at E. If we can somehow block that door, that would make this a lot easier. E and H.
I'm gonna get the cells open. Liam darts back into K, going in, and you see him already messing with his cipher.
Today. Oh.
Douglas, you might be the only person strong enough to get the recruiters up.
Hello. Better? Breathe now?
What did you say?
Like, I'm asking Eliza, just like, are you feeling any better? Can you, like, I think feeling
I'm okay.
You
And she
somewhat-
transforms back into the dagger before you have really a chance to ask her.
I just, like, give a sigh?
You get
Like, I grab her.
you get an, like, energy reading from her. She's tired, but you feel an overwhelming sense of determination flooding her.
Oh, I guess. Kind of, like, jog down to L.
You do so. You enter L and you find yourself facing an empty room with the three in the area with the live feed still flashing. Nothing has changed.
Am I, like, in the glass room where, like, I see, like, or, like, I'm looking down at them? Or, like, am I actually in, like, the...
No, you haven't entered the live room yet. I figured I'd give you a second if you wanted to go in.
Okay. Is the... Did blew up the camera, right?
No,
yet.
she hasn't.
Not yet.
If you need me to, I will.
Pidge is
Alright.
with you at this point.
Oh, okay.
You guys have split. Herb and Lewis are with Liam, and you three are there together.
Alright. Kind of, like, Fidge. That... camera.
Alrighty. I'm gonna shoot the camera.
So you guys enter the live room, and almost instantly you snap Eon around the corner, and you take it out. It shatters instantly in a hail of smoke. Both Blair and the man look up at you, their eyes wide. Is this some kind of a trick?
Sure. I, like, walk over. I, do corrosive touch on the shackles.
Are you doing
like-
them on Jace's? The guy?
Yeah, like, to try to get rid of the shackles.
It's about time you got here, Blair says, and spits out a mouthful of blood. The second Jace is free, he like lurches off of the wall, pushing past you, and starts grabbing Evan, kind of cupping the sides of her face. Are you gonna get Blair down next? What are you doing, Douglas?
I'll try to get Blair down next, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. The chains aren't magical or anything, so you corrosive touch her chains as well. They begin eating away, and she drops down, landing in a crouch, catching her breath.
Kind of, like, look over at the man. I'm like, do you need help with her?
You watch as he grabs the chains in both hands and just shatters them. Like, just in a rage, just
like, jaw
rips
drops
her
a little
free.
bit, just like, okay, you don't need help.
Her body drops motionless the second he does. He manages to catch her, lower her to the ground. It's like the second that she hits his arms, he loses all sense of his strength, and he kind of collapses to the ground with her.
I walk over. I'm like, here, let's get going.
We're on a time limit now. We need to be prepared. I still think we need to somehow bar the doors to E.
Too.
Do you think you can take care of that? Blair says to you, Pidge. Do you think you can bar those doors by yourself?
I'll do my best. And I run off.
Okay, so you are going to bar the doors to E. Blair is next to you, Douglas. She's holding her arm. Her shoulder looks like it's probably dislocated by the way that it looks.
I try to push it back into place.
You can just try and crack it back in. Roll me a d20.
But would I know, like, how to crack dislocated joints into place?
I would imagine with what you've been through that you've cracked a bone or two back into place, or a joint or two back into place in your time.
Alright, 15.
Yeah, so before she can really object, you just kind of grab her and just...
This is gonna hurt.
Yeah, she does everything she can to contain the just agonized groan that yelps out of her mouth. You manage to get it back into place. She kind of collapses against your side for a second in pain when you're done trying to catch her breath. Jace is still kneeling on the ground, cradling a motionless Evan.
Like, walk over to him, crouch next to him, like, still alive.
I don't know. I don't know. You can hear just how absolutely tired this man is.
Eliza, I'm in need of help with these people.
Eliza flashes back into her human form.
You grab Blair, I'll grab Jace.
She kind of moves and puts Blair's good arm over her shoulder, helping her. She says, "Can you take both of them?"
I'll take both of them.
You're gonna have to roll me a crazy strength check to try and get both of them with you.
I kind of like, I'm like in like a, like, baby.
Yeah, he looks spent. He has been here for weeks.
Yeah. Add my strength to it.
Yeah.
22 then.
Shit. Yeah. You go to touch Evan and he's like, "Stop, get away from her." Almost not realizing who he's talking to, smacks your hand away. And then realizing it's you, he kind of slowly hangs his head and allows you to try and help him up. How do you want to try and deal with the both of them? Are you going to try and convince him to leave Evan behind? Are you going to try and carry Evan and him at the same time? I'm just trying to get a picture for what you're doing.
What I'm thinking is, like, I kind of, like, try to prop him up, almost. Put my, like, while I think he's still carrying her. Like, put my arm around him, and, like, I try to also carry her at the same time. He's, like, carrying her, and
he can't lift her at this point, is the problem.
No.
You've realized this, like, once all his strength left him, he's just cradling her on the ground. You get the sense that if he tries to pick her up, you're not sure he's gonna be able to even move an inch with her.
Like, you know a way I can do this?
I mean, the only thing I could think of is if you tried to, like, fireman carry Evan.
Yeah.
And then had, like, him, like, against your side, maybe?
I think that's, like, the best bet, probably.
Okay. So you go to, like, pick Evan up, and just instantly you feel the blood draining against your shoulders from the wounds in her torso. Like, and it's not exactly warm. I mean, you've got her over your shoulders.
Like, try to, like, prop him up with my other arm.
You
Like,
help him up. He's, like, leaning heavily against your side.
I'm, like, just trying to help them both out, like, super.
Just go, he says to you. I'll catch up.
Sure.
Just go. Just get her out of here. He kind of shoves you but it's so weak that it doesn't even move you.
Like sigh and argue with him.
So you carrying Evan on your shoulders and Eliza helping Blair, you guys manage. Are you heading to N or are you heading to A?
And
Okay, so you guys have reconvened in N. There is a huddle of children of all different sizes around Liam and Herb and Lewis. You guys have entered, and Liam is working on the door that connects into the lift. He looks up at you guys and he says, "Are you sure about this?"
you out there?
I mean,
They're supposed to be.
Call him real fast. Call her.
He contacts Vela. There is static, but no response.
Great. Already have him here.
What'd you say?
Oh, like I don't really know what to do at this point. We already have him here. Liam.
I can take him, Blair says, kind of pushing off of Eliza's shoulder. I can get him. I can get him. She's kind of like almost convincing herself more than you. You see the two oldest kids, the ones I sent you in the picture that were protecting the kids in their cell. One of them transforms into a weapon form. It's a small weapon. And the kid says, we can help."
aw.
Deal.
How can they
All the
help?
help.
You have to go get the girl, right?
Right.
There's a little blonde-haired boy with two different colored eyes staring up at you, Douglas. You have to go get the pretty girl with the red hair, right? She said you'd be here.
Go get her.
Then we can handle it on our own, he says, nodding at you. You see his hand is shifting into what looks like the blade of a dagger. Bright green. I can help. I can help you go get her. This is a small child. He looks about the same age as Katya.
Sorry, you stay here. You need to help everyone else.
But it's my fault.
It's your fault.
It's my fault they hit her. He starts tearing up. I tried to run for the door when they went to put her in with us. And she stopped me. They were gonna hit me, and she got in front of me, and they hit her instead.
A little bit. What about her? I like pat his back. I kind of smirk a little bit. I'm like, yeah, that sounds. Pat his back and like, stay here and help them.
And then they just took her.
Yep.
He is clearly pretty upset about this.
Don't blame yourself on it.
Come on, kids, Blair says, as Liam has opened the door. The room to the lift is empty. She begins ushering this group of children onto the lift. They nervously are kind of putting their feet on it unsurely as the group is helping them up there.
I like go try to fist bump Liam, just like, you gonna wish me luck?
Yeah? You think you can do it without me?
Maybe.
He smirks at you, and then there's this very serious look that comes across his face, and he kind of grabs you by, like, the back of the neck. He looks you in the eyes, and he says, "You better not fucking die in there. I still have to get strong enough to beat your ass."
I won't die either.
Damn right. He starts walking back for the lift with Blair helping the kids onto it.
Away.
Evan,
Sorry.
you've placed Evan there with Blair.
Walk back to L.
So as you go back to L, he's not there.
I start getting.
You see, there's a shadow moving further down the hallway, moving towards I.
Like, quietly follow the shadow.
Pidge, by the way, you successfully barred E. There is, like, a mile high of crate, like, just crate after crate after crate that you have just stacked in this. It doesn't even look like there was a wall there.
Okay, was I able to do that with H as well?
Yes. You have closed H off. So H and E, like, that whole end of the hallway has been blocked off.
Okay, that's what I was hoping for.
Yep.
Just, that corner is now covered in crates. Cool.
You had enough time to do that, yes.
I turn around, and do I see anything going on?
You do. You see a shadow moving towards I.
I go, shit, no! And run over.
So, you see who you think? At first you think it's him. You think it's Jace. And you think he's about to step on your traps. But it's not. It's another girl. One that you don't recognize. And she stops as she hears you running towards her. Her head kind of slowly turning in your direction. Oh?
Skid to a halt.
She's not quite to your to Jawbones, but she did pass by the conspicuous looking box. My.
I'm looking around for the others.
You can see Douglas kind of in the shadow of L, like you can see his shadow like around the corner a little bit. Like, it's pretty easy to tell it's him.
Okay.
You don't see Lewis or Herb anywhere.
I do that pensive shy kick, like
It's like the innocent rubbing the toe of your shoe against the ground.
Yep. And then take off running down the hall towards in and all there.
So yeah, Douglas, you just see her barrel past you. The girl is left standing there in front of I, tilting her head over to the side. What the hell was that about?
Once I get to the other end of the hall, then I turn around and look over.
She's still standing there with this kind of like dumbfounded look on her face. You don't look like much. You're telling me you're the one who put Kevlar in the fucking dirt?
chuckle to, like, do I hear that?
You do.
I like chuckle to Eliza through the resin flame.
You see her eyes appear in the dagger looking at you. Well, I suppose that means it's my turn to do some dirty work. Jean, and you see there's a sword also at her side, and as she draws it, you get a burst of energy from the weapon. You see eyes appear in the blade. They look like a child's. They look sad. Of course, Pidge, you can't really see the eyes in the blade. Douglas is the only one close enough.
Yeah.
It's like I see eyes, blade, the resin. Up with her.
So you have heard him say this to you.
Where's Herb? Where's Puss?
You saw them with the kids last.
Okay, but I'm saying that now, like, just pinging for them.
They are... You can only assume that they have gone with the children. Like, there was an issue when Douglas left the room, and they are with the kids. Either that, or they went to go find the professors. You're unsure, because you can't really feel where they're at, exactly.
Yeah. Then... I'll be like, this is going to be annoying. And, just have Ein there at my side, ready to step in to be a sort of annoyance.
Eliza looks up at you, Douglas, and she says, is that a child? We counted correct, right? There were 17. Am I wrong? She looks worriedly towards the blade. The woman is just standing there with the sword drawn, grinning.
18. Or...
Maybe it's another kid they kidnapped from somewhere else.
Two theories here. It's another kid, or it's one of our kids, and they've planted someone.
Shit, she says under her breath. What do we do?
Good.
But if they've planted someone, that means they knew that we were coming.
Okay, so it's either a bad situation or a really bad situation. What do we do?
I'm not good enough aim to take out the Meister without hurting the weapon.
Take a shot so you can get her attention.
You've heard him tell you to take the shot.
Alright.
Or are you gonna take it?
Kids. I'm not taking a headshot, I'm aiming for the foot.
For her foot? Okay.
Yep. Oh, shoot, that fell. I hate it when it falls. $18 to hit.
So, you shoot at her foot, and you watch as the woman who has kept her eyes on you this entire time, she has not noticed Douglas. And as she's watching you, she can see, it's almost like she can see the flash of your scope, and the sword pivots and drives into the ground in front of her leg, and your bullet hits the blade. Roll for damage.
16. Total.
You hear an agonized grunt, Douglas, come from the blade. Pidge, you're far enough away that you can't hear it, but Douglas, you definitely can. The pained gasp of a child. You see The eyes in the blade form again. Why would you do that? Why would they hit me? They are filled with tears as the child begins to cry in its weapon form. The woman brings the sword back up at the ready, smirking. Because they don't care about you. The only one that cares about you is me, obviously. That's why you have to fight for me. That's why we have to kill them, so they don't hurt you anymore.
How high are the ceilings in this place?
They are a good, 20 feet above you. These are higher than normal.
Okay, but there's lights in the ceilings, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like industrial lights?
Yeah.
I see where you're going with this. Douglas, you hear this conversation out loud. What do you want to do?
Eliza.
Hmm?
Like to the residents, I'm like, damn. He's a
You feel Eliza, you feel her anger radiating from the blade.
her ass, right?
She nods.
I wanna use blink to get behind her.
Okay.
Try to stab into her.
Okay.
Pidge, what were you thinking? Because if you want to move in sync with him, I'll let you.
Okay, so this is just to try and throw her off.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna take a measured moment to aim just a little bit harder than usual.
Mhm.
To try and get a ricochet off of my bullet to bounce through multiple lights. Just
Oh,
splash all over.
Roll
the
me
area.
2 d20s. D20 at advantage. Douglas, roll me to hit.
Okay, the first one was a 3, the second was a 12. So.
Okay.
16.
So you are you were aimed so that you could take out a bunch of lights with the way your ricochet was planned. However, Douglas moving in suddenly kind of caught you off guard. You are only able to shoot the two, the one directly in front of her and the one above her. They shatter on impact.
And that's going to cause a flash, right?
Yeah, and it's gonna spew glass down as well.
Yeah. Alright.
So you do this at the same time, Douglas, that you guys blink and go to hit her, which you successfully do. She has moved the sword above her to kind of block the shatter of glass, so you get a clean hit from behind. What are you aiming for?
Like I want right into the off.
Right where?
Yeah,
Sorry.
we'll go right into the kidney, right in the side.
God damn. Okay.
Because so you said she moved up her arm?
Yeah, her arm is in the air to block the glass shattering on top of her.
Right into the armpit.
Oh,
exposed armpit.
Yup.
Oh.
Right into the rib cage. Right in there.
Oh god. Holy shit. God damn. So, because you have caught her off guard and hit her in a critical area, it is enough that as you go into that, you get Eliza all the way in to the hilt. This woman lets out an agonized breath. And in the same motion, you move your other hand up, grip the blade, and wrench it free of her hands and kind of just throw it just as hard as you can down the hallway.
Can Pidge try and catch it? Am I too far away?
You are too far away. You would have to haul. You would have to like flash. You would have to blink, honestly, to get close enough to catch it.
All right. But I am going to run up to it and stand between her and the kid.
But you do so, and as you get there, the blade transforms into a little boy.
And instead of like holding my gun up and aiming, I'm just gonna stand there in that wide protective stance.
You see his head snap back to the woman, which you are currently stabbing Douglas, and he goes, "Big sister?" She chokes out a breath and reaches to try and grab your hand. What do you want to do?
Rip out my blade and stab her again.
You rip
wait. I want to rip out my blade and then use what is it called?
Flash freeze? Just to add damage to your weapon, or to hold her in place?
That damage.
Okay. Okay, do so. Roll me a d20 to hit first.
To hit? Alright. 19. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you gonna hit her. Cause she crit failed.
Like
Y'all, my people tonight have been rolling so bad.
Like one failed?
Yeah, she rolled a 1. So here's what happens. It's not even like... It's not... You don't even have to roll damage at the moment, because she turns and blocks the dagger, which is now coated in ice. It goes through her hand and into her arm, her sword arm. And just, you watch, Pidge, as ice spikes just shoot outwards from her arm, just going up almost to the elbow.
Is it like that one scene fucking Resident Evil there? Where like, was it Ethan's like holding up his hand?
Kind of, yeah.
Right through.
Like, just ice spikes all over her arm, shooting out like quills through her skin. She lets out a pained grunt as you watch this happen. Her other hand moves, but instead of like going to attack you, she just grips your shoulder.
Do anything?
She just grips you and looks up at you.
I just stare at her.
You gonna kill a girl in front of her little brother? I guess DWMA students are as heartless as they say they are.
Bags like you.
I did it to make him strong. He has to learn somehow.
Paige goes over to a wall and starts smacking her head against it again.
As you're like standing in front of the kid, and the kid is like staring, tears running down his face at Douglas and this woman.
Pidge has had enough. She's just done for the day. She doesn't want to argue semantics with people.
Fair enough. What are you gonna do? You gonna pull your dagger out?
Yeah, I pull my dagger out and just kick her, like, the wall.
So you rip the dagger out. She doesn't even try to block as you just put your foot straight into her center of mass and send her crashing into the wall. She collapses against the wall, looking up at you, and then looking over and making eye contact with the little boy down the hall. She kind of smiles at the kid, just blood trailing down the sides of her mouth, and she says, "Go on, John. Keep watching. You want to remember this."
Marshall, your younger sibling?
What did you say?
Oh, like get down in front of her, like say your actual young brother.
Yeah. And as you look at him, from him to her, you can see the family resemblance. You can see the matching nose, the shape of the face is very similar.
I bet try at her sister then, like just rock her shit, trying to knock her out. I really want to kill her.
Roll a d20 for me.
14.
She catches your fist.
Even with ice on it?
Yep. In her non-dominant hand, she catches your fist. She looks up at you and says, "What? You afraid to kill a girl?"
Try to kill a family member.
It'll be good for him. She kind of pushes your hand away.
I knock her ass out again.
Roll me a d20.
Push back and I like come back in, try to punch her. So like with my dom.
Pidge, also roll me a d20.
Nat 20.
You see out of the corner of your eye the little boy lurch forward and start running towards them, and you snap your hand and grab him by the shoulder, almost clotheslining him with the force that he put into his run, and snap him back. There is a chance he might have gotten in the way of your punch, but Pidge managed to stop him, and you actually hit her this time. She has stopped moving effectively beneath you.
I stand up. A pigeon just.
What's the kid doing when I pull him back?
He's just standing there, like you've got a hold of him, you're holding it back, and he has this hand reached out towards his sister, his eyes wide. And then once she stops moving, he kind of just drops to his knees next to you.
She can't really empathize, but she gives him a hug.
He just like bursts into tears as you hug him.
The residents like I tell Pidge like I didn't kill her.
We still hurt them. And I know they were gonna hurt us. But it's gonna take take them time to. It's gonna take him time to recover.
He shouldn't be in a place like this, Eliza says through your resonance link. We ought to take him with us.
How's he gonna feel about that? I know that it's the right thing to do, but he's gonna resent us for it.
So he resents us. It's better than he dies here. Isn't it? She looks up at you, Douglas. What do you want to do? The doors to I are still closed.
Give one last like final stare at the girl. They're walking.
You look at her and then what?
I look at her one last time, stare at her, and then I turn to start walking towards I. I'll pitch the link, like, with.
We're taking him back.
Alright. I do it quick. Yeah.
So I'm gonna make a real quick stop at the lift.
So you go, the lift is already gone.
Okay. I'm gonna just have him sit there, or at least tell him to stay
Kind of
still.
put him like between the crates in.
Yeah, and then run back over to G.
Did you wait on Pidge, Douglas, or are you going in? Oh, I might add, roll me a perception check.
I haven't asked, but do I feel Katya's portal?
Yeah, that's why. Roll me a perception check.
9.
That was your, You wanna go ahead and add your con to that?
Oh, my con? Do I add Eliza's con or?
No, this is just you.
14.
Yeah, I wish that was enough. You feel an intense pain once again ripping through your chest. It is worse than before. And you feel something else. You feel this almost parental rage begin to overtake you.
Yeah?
Yeah. You can almost, it's like, you know how when you get a really, really bad migraine, and you can almost hear the high pitch of the pain?
Yeah.
It sounds like a scream to you, and you're not even sure if it's the pain or if it is a scream at this point. But everything you are feeling is pulling you towards I.
Paige caught up with me?
She's at the end of the hallway.
Kinda tell her through the link, I'm just like, you better fucking hurry. I'm ripping through the doors in about 3 seconds.
I fire 3 shots at the doors.
Are you gonna fire around him?
Yes.
So you do so. Douglas, you hear these bullets hit the door. Or nothing happens.
It's not to do anything other than to make a loud sound of a knock on the door.
So there's bullet, 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 almost like 3 knocks. And there's just this pause where you wait for something to happen. And then, interestingly enough, the doors slowly start to slide open. Now, here's the thing. I know it's 11:15, And I know you have class tomorrow.
Yeah, I do.
Both of you.
You got class too?
Yep.
College?
Yeah, I've been in what I call college purgatory for the last 10 years.
College purgatory? Oh
Yep.
my lord.
It has really stunted my growth as a person, and I hate it. So.
So, here's my question. You want to pause here and pick up later, just the two of you?
Whatever.
I mean, I'll keep going as long as you want to keep going, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep going. I mean, I'm already running late on my classes anyways, and they're all online, so it's just doing them.
Nothing I can't slam like 3 monsters for.
Cyrus, y'all worry me. Okay.
The vigor of youth.
The door slowly slides open, and as the doors part, you hear a sound, Douglas. You hear that same sound. The same agonized, breathy, screeching sob, like in the opening of The Last of Us. You hear Katya coming from somewhere within that room. But the figure standing in front of you, you don't recognize them.
Probably don't recognize.
It is this girl. She pokes her head through the door and starts spinning, her skirt idly twisting around her. Kinda her hands together in front of her. She looks small. She's maybe 4'9". A young girl. She smiles up at you.
Oh, like shaking. He's like freaking wide open.
She looks from you to the figure slumped against the wall next to you. Then further down the hallway towards the figure of Pidge. And she says, "Oh no, whatever could have happened?" She just has this wide grin on her face.
Stare at her. Lost her to say a word right now.
You better get out of here. If you know what's good for you, you'll just leave. You already got all the kids, right? You got what you wanted.
The grin just never lessening with every word. She has just this wide maniacal grin plastered on her face.
Still don't say shit. Air.
Tisk tisk. Well, that's okay. For me anyways. 'Cause Mom said that all of the special rules have been enacted. Which means I can do this.
Reaching from behind her back, you see her pulling out what looks to be something that looks familiar to you, Pidge, at least in form. She looks like she's pulling out a bomb with cat ears, color scribbled all over it. Douglas, you can hear it ticking, because you're not that far away from her.
I just kind of charge at her, and like I don't really want to too much damage to her, so I like try to kick her as hard as I can to like move her out of the way.
So you're gonna try and move her?
By kicking her as hard as I can.
Jesus Christ, roll me a d20. Pidge, you see him moving in on her, by the way, while she is holding this device.
Honestly, the marksman in me is saying, shoot the device out of her hands, but the engineer in me says that will blow everything up.
Yeah, so you also know that your bomb is in close proximity to her bomb, which is a problem because Douglas is in between the two devices. Either way, at this point, you're pretty convinced this isn't going to end well.
And the maniac in me is wanting to see things go boom.
So what I'm thinking, what I do, right, is I like kind of run it and just kick her as hard as I can.
And what did you roll, Douglas?
I love it. I rolled a 2, and then I rolled an 18.
Oh, God.
I love.
Pidge, what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna shoot her elbow, holding the bomb.
Roll me a d20.
How hard did I push her back?
11.
I'm gonna tell you what happens in a second. Okay, so here's what happens. You just gut reactioning go to kick her. And she spins sideways because you rolled a 2, easily dodging you, and then goes to smack the device like onto your back as you're passing her. This is about the time that Pidge's bullet catches her in the arm. So instead of planting this device between your shoulder blades, it is knocked from her hand and begins rolling out, like backwards out the door. Douglas, you turn with your second hit and manage to just clock her in the shoulder, like with your second swing, and kind of just throw her to the side. Pidge, you watch as the device bounces once, twice, and comes to rest against your box. And you hear the ticking intensify.
I yell loudly and through the resonance, say, "Get out of the way."
My gut reaction again, I just think into the room.
Roll me a d20 at disadvantage.
Advantage?
Disadvantage. So what'd you get?
5.
Yeah. So here's what happens. Go ahead, Pidge.
I'm prematurely setting off my bomb.
You were setting yours off first?
I'm setting my off. I'm trying to do it. I was saying that and yelling because I was going to make sure that I can get her in the explosion. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he kind of smacked her to the side, which pushed her, like, towards the devices. So you're just gonna reactively set it off?
Yeah, but right after I yell, "Get out of the way," hoping he can get out of the way in time.
Yeah, so the problem is, as you yell, you have about, like, 2 seconds to react. Yeah. Douglas, you feel a hand against your chest. and it throws you backwards.
Damn it.
Uh-huh. I told you to roll high.
Told me to roll disadvantage.
I know. Because of reasons. Pidge, all you can see is an explosion that envelops the girl in the short skirt, the unconscious woman at the end of the hallway, which you guys left there, and Eliza.
I know how much mine does.
Mm-hmm.
Do I take damage?
No. How much damage did you roll?
Rolling.
16 and everything's on fire.
16 and everything?
Felicia, Angry Pants, sets everything on fire.
Okay. Plus. Sorry, I have to do
All
math.
nearby structures on fire. If that narrows it down to any. It's a 20-foot radius.
Yeah. So, Douglas, you felt this hand on your shoulder, and then you were just temporarily blinded by this explosion, which is a two-part explosion. There's the first detonation, which is just bright as hell. And what color is it today, Pidge? Your explosion?
Oh,
Is it also mustard yellow?
No, this one's bright crimson red.
So you see this just red smoke billowing out of this explosion. The second one, you see something like glinting in it, like flashes, almost little sparkles. And then you were thrown back against like the wall, facing the door, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
She kind of drops a bit in front of you. Her hands are like braced against the wall over top of you, and you just feel blood dripping down onto you as you try and get your bearings, your ears ringing. You feel this liquid. You can faintly hear her breathing amidst the ringing. Your vision's kind of like blurred, coming back to the present. You can see her hanging over you, but you're not really sure.
Shake her. I kind of like grab her and like shake her.
You reach up to grab her arm, and you feel something sharp against your hand. And as you kind of begin to move her to try and pull her down a bit, she collapses into your arms, and you can see that there were pieces of shrapnel that were thrown when the bomb detonated. It was like specifically made to throw shrapnel, and she has pieces of metal just sticking out of her. They're in the walls as well, everywhere. You did not get hit by any of them. She's panting.
I like start trying to like rip the fucking shrapnel out of her back.
You're just gonna like wrench it free.
Like trying to like in this kind of blind, literally blind.
you start pulling at it. She doesn't really move. She's still conscious, but you can't hardly hear anything until all at once, like, you're on maybe the 4th or 5th piece of metal. You're on like a nail that you're trying to weasel out of the bone in her elbow, when your hearing and your vision just snap back to the present. Almost like a firecracker going off, and you can hear the crackle of fire. You can hear her agonized breathing underneath of you. And you can see Pidge kind of standing just beyond this just flames, the wreckage blocking her from you, just staring at you.
Pidge, not even really knowing who I'm staring at. Like a figure, you know?
Mm-hmm. Pidge, you can see Douglas is on the ground and Eliza is kind of in his arms, and you're not sure what he's doing.
I'm gonna look around. Can I see anything beyond the carnage? Are the doors still open?
You can see movement kind of inside the doors to eye a little bit to the right, and you hear giggling.
Just I can't do much, because if I get any closer, I'm gonna be vulnerable.
So you're kind of watching this spot with Eon at the ready, I'm assuming, and you see staggering out is the girl, the small girl in the skirt, grin still plastered on her face, burn marks all over her. She kind of staggers out, walks through the flames as though they're nothing to her. Starts walking towards you.
Ein is getting in at the defensive position.
He starts snarling. The girl passing through the flames that are now licking at her skirt and at her leggings. She kind of stops and tilts her head over to the side. Was that yours?
Yeah, one I'm kind of proud of too. Though it seems like I've gotten a few more bodies than I needed, and one less than I wanted. And I unleash a shot.
Her grin widens as you fire. Roll me a d20, let's see if you hit.
Oof. 17.
Oh, you almost hit her. So she, here's what happens. Not really having anything on her at the moment, she kind of just throws her hand up and takes the bullet in the arm. Uses her arm to deflect it, and as you see it hit the arm, you see what looks like metal underneath yet again. It definitely has done damage to her arm, though. Like, you can see sparks as the bullet has gone into the metal. She is still giggling.
Fascinating. Another toy to play with.
I could say the same thing. I can't wait to take you apart and figure out how your brain came up with the idea to make smoke that's colored.
Oh, you think that's smoke? That's cute.
Is it not?
She turns her head to look back towards where the bomb was. Do you want to shoot again?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Now is not the time for those.
Oh no.
That one.
Oh no. Shit. So you... Douglas, roll me a d20. Please roll high. I'm begging you. Roll high.
I rolled a 19.
Thank God. It is all you can do. You see Pidge has fired and hit the woman in the arm, and you realize she is firing straight in y'all's direction.
Do I still see red? Do I like
yeah,
everything?
You're not doing too good.
Right.
Because both of them have activated at this point. Oh, she's 25. Never mind. The second one hasn't activated yet. Well, actually, math.
If you I'm saying.
Oh, she is almost there.
Maybe -3 if you
You are 2 points. She's 2 points away from activating that for you.
Isn't her max health like 160?
Yes. She is literally 2 points away from that. Yeah. So you realize that Pidge is firing at this girl, and you kind of stagger sideways, dragging Eliza with you, and get out of the way just in time for this sniper bullet to just slam into the wall behind you, leaving a dent.
Fucking firing at.
Pidge, you're too focused on the girl in front of you. What do you want to do?
Has Ein gotten into a position where he can start attacking her?
Yes.
Okay, he's going to start attacking her, and I'm going to fire at her. I am going to be relentless.
As you should.
But along with that, it sucks that all of my devices are stuff now. Yeah, I can't use any of my devices at the moment. I just have to shoot.
Okay. Is Ein biting?
Yes. Well, no. Shocktail.
You're gonna Shocktail? Okay.
Yeah, and that leaves 2 bites left because that's all I have on his AP.
Gotcha. And then, so I need you to roll a d20 for him and a d20 for you to attempt to hit.
Okay, Ein got a 6, and I got 15 plus 13, 28 to hit.
Yeah. So Ein just bites into this girl. You going for the leg again?
Shocktail, remember?
Oh, Shocktail. Well, what are you trying to hit with?
Just hit her, like get her shocked, because what I'm trying to get is that intelligence drop.
What body part does he hit though? Is why I'm asking, because that's important for me.
The foot. It's the only one he can reach. He can't really jump that high.
Okay.
He's got no hops.
Poor thing. Just tiny little legs. Okay, so I'm rolling a d12 because you don't have a d12. You're gonna get that -2 to intelligence. You're getting the 6. And then roll your damage.
Oh. 15.
And you're aiming for?
Continuing to aim at the arm that I hit.
Okay. So you Ein shocks her leg, and you see the shock actually seems to be moving up through her, as though the mechanics have been altered in her body, and she quivers. Thus, she does not really have the chance to block your sniper shot, you hit her in the elbow, and it's to the point that you sever through her elbow so bad that the arm is left dangling by wiring.
Okay, so this is a dumb cheat to a mechanic.
I'm down. Let me hear it.
I want to use defibrillator on her next turn.
Okay.
Has she like relayed any message, like information about this world?
No. You're seeing red, and it seems that Pidge is also seeing red at this point. Would you like to roll perception for me, though, while this is happening?
Okay.
Yeah, you.
I'll be back.
Do I get technically disadvantaged because it's not a combat roll?
Yeah.
Just roll something higher than a 9.
It's okay. You really don't have to roll that high.
That's a
That's a what?
6.
It's good enough. You hear a voice cut through the rest of the room. My. She certainly is making a mess of things. Another voice. You want me to handle this? Pretty sure that they're, not even on my level. No. I think that we can leave this to my teammates. You should get out of here, lest they see your faces. There's a third voice that cuts in. I am taking this one. Is there a problem with that? You hear the agonized pain grunt of Katya that you recognize. Just after he says this, the woman's voice cuts through. Are you going to pay me for her? Regular price? That'll do. What are you doing?
I kind of like head at the.
It is.
Blindly.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, wait, what were you gonna say?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I just like snap my head and just not really knowing what I should look at.
Yeah, so you are torn between the fight currently happening in front of you and all of these voices happening further into the room, which is hard for you to see from where you're at. You're kind of blocked off by a bunch of room dividers from seeing exactly what's going on further into the room. But you do feel an immense energy coming from the room ahead of you, where the sounds are coming from. Phil, are you back yet? I don't think he's back yet. Douglas, what are you gonna do exactly? Oh, Phil's back! Yeah, I need to know, so I am going to roll a d20, and I am gonna ask you high or low.
I heard the first session to always bet low, so low.
Okay. I'm also gonna ask you what dice you want me to use to counter you. If you have a preference. If you don't, it's fine. Just a few people have different preferences. Some always goes for the pink dice. Douglas always goes for the sandstone.
I don't know your dice well enough to start having a preference, but seeing as my character has a pink sniper rifle, let's go with pink.
Okay. You said low?
If I was told to always bet low, and I want this to fail, bet high.
want it to be whatever you say in order for defibrillator to work. It's a 50-50 chance.
Okay. Well, let's go with low. Just bet low.
It is high. You approach the girl in front of you, reaching out. Electricity begins to spark from Ein, moves up your arm to your hands as you grab her, and then fizzles out. You are now holding the girl's shoulders, staring into her eyes. She's still grinning wildly at you. Douglas, you hear a voice in your resonance link. Well, well, well. Looks like my time has come, huh? Eliza's eyes have blacked out. My, my, my. It seems like you're in a bit of a pickle, aren't you?
Like can't really say too many words. Seeing red doesn't. Fuck.
I mean, you're mad, but you can definitely talk to him if you want to. He seems to, the cool, steely look passes towards you from those blacked out eyes. Well, I could offer you my assistance. You just have to give me a little bit of control. That's all. That's all you need, right? Otherwise, they're gonna walk out of here with your girl and you're never gonna see her again. Oh, that would be a bad thing, wouldn't it?
I will start to get like hella off hearing. Like face melting. If Douglas gets like face meltingly mad once he hears that.
So...
You're not gonna play any tricks. I fed you.
Yes, but now you don't really have an option, do you?
No, I don't.
So, you see Eliza's hand lift, almost as if it's being puppeted, kind of dead weight, and then it turns palm upward towards you, the fingers extending. Come on. What could go wrong?
You wanna with me? Why do you wanna wield me?
I don't want to wield you, boy. I just need a bit of an agreement. That's all. Do you want me to save you? Or not? Let's strike a deal.
Douglas gives out like this angered sigh and just he doesn't say anything, but he just turns into his axe.
You gonna turn into the axe, or are you gonna shake his hand?
Oh, he's been. Oh. Yeah, Yeah.
That's all he's waiting on is permission. He wants to know if you're gonna strike a deal with him or not.
Yeah, I'll strike a deal with him.
Interesting. So, Pidge, your defibrillation didn't really work out. The girl is grinning up at you. What do you want to do?
I'm going to be that annoying person and try again.
Okay. High or low?
Let's continue with the lows. Until I lose.
So here's how I imagine this happens. Like, in your frustration, you're gripping her shoulders and the girl's just grinning up at you. And you really try. Ein sends the shockwave through you, goes up into your hands, and nothing happens again. The grin on the girl's face widens. She hasn't moved at all, and yet you hear more ticking. It seems to be coming from her.
I gotta take care of my dog.
You gonna grab Ein and run?
Yeah. Let's go with that. Just run.
You grab Ein and take off running as the ticking intensifies. Douglas, you hear what sounds like another explosion behind you. But you don't feel it. You don't feel the shockwave, you don't feel the heat, because you have suddenly become locked in your inner room. But not in your inner room per se, in your blade. It's weird, because you're watching yourself. You're watching your human form holding Eliza. But you're watching it as if you're in Eliza's body. As you are now standing. A darkness has fallen over your face. Your eyes have completely blacked out. You take a step forward. You hear yourself laughing. A deep, throaty laugh.
He says to himself, "What the fuck did I just do?"
You watch your own hand draw an arc in the sky, completing a movement that you recognize all too well. Bursting from that fold of space is a creature that you almost don't recognize. No longer blue feathers, but dripping black liquid, almost like ink. Eyes wide and crazed, talons open and bloody. Frostwing emerges, soaring into the room ahead of you as you race forward. You don't see people. You don't see what they look like. You only see souls ahead of you.
Oh boy. Sorry, out of character for a second. My dogs are dealing with a thunderstorm right now.
Oh, poor babies.
One of them has decided that it is her goal to chase and bite any thunderstrikes that she hears. The other has decided that the only way to comfort her is for her to sit right next to you in an uncomfortable position to pet her or anything, and whine at you unless you pet her for it. Pet her. And so she never gets any closer. And never lets you mind your own business. So I might be distracted for a little while, and if you hear whining, that's why. Sorry.
That's okay. You've been blocked off by the explosion. You don't see Douglas and Eliza where they were any longer. There's just an empty end of that room with burn marks and just wreckage everywhere, flames just separating you. The entire hallway at this point is in ruin.
I'm going back to the lift, and am going to profusely apologize to the kid.
You're just like dragging this kid onto the lift. Douglas, there is a person coming towards you, a soul. You can't tell what color it is. Roll me a d20.
Is it a combat?
Just roll me a d20.
16.
You feel your body moving towards this person, watching as a voyeur to this entire situation. As you crash into this soul, you can't even see what kind of person it is where you've hit them. You just see the soul. Frostwing tears into the top of this soul, and you and the bird, the phoenix, begin to tear this soul apart. And as you're watching this, just like in the GIF, just like in the anime, you feel yourself being pulled, almost like you're sinking into a liquid. Roll me another d20.
7.
You try to pull yourself out of the liquid, distracted, no longer watching the fight, as this thick, black, viscous material begins crawling up your legs, pulling you down, almost like quicksand. You try to pull your legs out, and you're not having any success. Your eyes move back to your view outside of the blade. You just see blood. It's all you can smell. That thick, coppery scent mingling with the smoke. Roll me another d20.
Damn. Nat 20.
You feel yourself losing control. You know that this is bad, that this is what Eliza warned you about, and you desperately grab on, finding your fingers coiling around the edge of Eliza's blade somehow, as though it's the edge of a surface, and you drag yourself out of that liquid, drag yourself back into control, finally snapping back into your body. And what you see around you is chaos. There is a woman laying on the ground in front of you. You see her hands are covered in blood, both red and black. Her body is in pieces. Her soul is gone. To your left, there is another woman. Her body wrenched open from her shoulder all the way down to the opposite hip by Frostwing's talons. Her face disfigured almost unrecognizable. You see a third person in the back of the room. A man that you recognize as someone who told you to go ahead and go. That he'd be fine. His chest has been ripped open. The remnants of black blood lingering around the wound. Now that you're back in your body, your head snaps to the side towards the door that leads back into the media room. You see a man standing there, holding a figure in the air. Katya's body is hanging there motionless. You're not sure if she's alive or dead. The man has a mask. His head is tilted to the side. He's staring up at you in disbelief, almost. But you can't really tell what he's thinking behind that horrid-looking mask. This is the man holding
Stare
Katya.
at him. Alright.
You feel your body shaking. You are back in control. Eliza's motionless in your hands, covered in blood. What do you want to do?
I just stare at him, just tell him, drop the girl if you know it's best for you.
Really, now? I paid for her. She interests me.
I don't care.
The hand tightens around the back of her neck. Katya doesn't even move. I'm not giving her up easily.
That sucks for you.
What do you want to do?
My I still have the advantage to roll, right? For combat?
Mm-hmm.
Just making sure. I want to use spatial distortion.
Yeah.
If I can. Yeah.
Okay. I'll allow it. So you're adding double advantage.
Sweet.
If you can land the hit.
Doing some pretty decent damage.
Yeah.
So roll was a 4. Okay. 19.
That'll do it. What's your third roll?
No, that was my third roll was a 19. My second roll was a 3.
Okay. That will definitely do it, but here's the problem. You've added this spatial distortion in your rage, and you go to hit, and rather than running or anything, this man tilts his head slowly, as if he's listening to something through a headset in his mask, maybe. And then he moves Katya to block your attack, using her as a shield. You hear him say, under his breath, as if replying to someone, "As you say, my lady." And you are now swinging down at Katya.
Great. Any way I can avoid this? No?
You can try.
Guess I'll try.
Give me another d20.
18.
You pull back with Eliza and manage to not hit Katya but swing like to the side, and the amount of energy that comes off of your hit like almost like creates a dent in the wall beside him. Please don't make me do this.
Just drop the girl.
I have my orders. You see him reaching down to his side where he pulls something from beneath the cloak that he is wearing. It looks like a feather, but metal, sharpened. He brings it up towards you and then turns it towards Katya. Can you control it? Or will you give in to it? What do you want to do?
I don't know if this is. I just kind of try it though. I want to walk up. You said it's a metal feather. You said it's a metal feather, right?
Yeah.
I want to walk up. And I just want to grab the feather and use corrosive touch on it, no matter how much it hurts.
Okay. He doesn't move to stop you. It's almost like he's waiting to see what happens. And you reach up and you grab the feather with just the fastest movement that you've probably ever made in your life. It's almost a blink. You use corrosive touch and it begins to eat away the blade, burning your hands, burning against his gloves. He doesn't even seem to flinch. The dead eyes of the mask staring back at you.
I stare into the dead eyes.
You hear the familiar voice coming through your link once again. You need me to finish him off? Come on, you shouldn't have pulled out. We almost had him. Just a little more. The black eyes appearing in Eliza's blade in your other hand.
Give me a minute if I can. You can.
You're using corrosive touch. Neither of you is moving. You're staring each other down. Finally, the weapon just shatters and crumbles in your hand. The man pulls his hand back away from you. He has not released his grasp on Katya.
Throw the shattered pieces of the blade on the ground.
You do so. You care for her that much. What a softie.
Yeah.
I could not care less. And you see his fingers begin crushing into, like, Katya's shoulders, the back of her neck. And his hand is wide enough that they wrap around her neck, and her already faint breathing begins to just stop.
I try to blink to his side and swing down on his arm.
D20.
$17.
You come down on his arm, and it doesn't even seem to faze him. The arm holding Cat, I'm assuming, he doesn't even flinch. He doesn't falter for a second. And you're getting this energy reading off of him, something akin to the person that was holding Eliza back when you first arrived at campus. This isn't just a regular person. This isn't somebody on the level of the professors. You realize that you are staring into the eyes of a warlock. What would you do to have her back?
Some stupid shit for sure.
Even make a deal with the devil, it seems.
Yep.
I will grant you this, but there will be a time and a place when I will come to collect my debt. I hope you're ready to pay then.
I just stare at him.
Do we have a deal? He extends a hand to you.
I take his hand.
You feel a burning sensation in your palm. A searing, agonizing burning. And suddenly, he's just gone. Katya's body dropping in front of you. He's just gone. You didn't see him move. You didn't feel any motion of air. He just wasn't there, as if he was never there in the first place.
Pick up Katya, not even really knowing what to do, and just run out.
You go to grab Katya. She's motionless in your arms at this point. There are just bodies laying behind you everywhere. You start running through the comms room, which is empty. You run back through the hallways. You're passing by more and more bodies. You slide through and going to the lift. You have to call it down.
I start to call it down then.
You are left standing there, waiting. That agonizing, long wait for this lift to come down. You feel just how weak your body feels after feeling that immense strength and power for just a second when you shook that thing's hand.
Yeah.
Pidge. Still with us?
Yeah.
You're above ground. It is absolute chaos. There are fires everywhere. There are people from both sides running amok in them. You have managed to reconnect with Blair and the students. They are trying to rush you guys away from the facility. You can see the urgency on the Ladybirds' faces.
I'm trying to figure out what to do with the kid.
With Jean, you've kind of just like thrown him in with the other kids and are just like bustling them all together.
Okay, then I am going to do whatever I can to help with that, but Pidge has some conflicted feelings, and she's distracted.
Come on, we don't have time for this, you hear Ursa saying, kind of grabbing one of the little kids who has stumbled at this point and picked them up and is just carrying them in her arms. Several of the other Ladybirds have picked up the more injured students as well. When that place goes up, we don't want to be within a mile of it, you hear me?
Oh boy.
You have heard this.
This does make Pidge actually a bit more excited, which just adds more to the conflicted feelings.
Yeah?
Because if a thing goes up, that usually means one thing for her.
Mm-hmm.
But it does get her to move faster.
Douglas, you hear footsteps coming up behind you.
I don't even turn around.
You feel a hand on your shoulder. A large, firm hand.
I don't say anything.
What has happened to you? Did they find everyone?
We found everyone. Everyone.
I came looking for you, but I could not pass through. What? He kind of just...
Say, Douglas just stands there, just like, kind of defeated almost.
He's looking at your body, at the black liquid mingling with blood on your hands, at the wounds on you. He's looking at Katya, who looks just beat to hell. And he says, "The things I saw in that room. What have you done?"
Stupid decisions.
hear what sounds like an alarm, a buzzer, and then all at once the lift stops midway and the power darks out. Emergency lights begin flashing and the lift room is lit up with an orange glow. Aircross curses under his breath.
What's the plan now?
He kind of points at the eye on Eliza's hilt. I wonder how much weight your bird friend can carry.
I don't know. She was.
You had better hope that he can carry much. He kind of pushes you towards the lift area. You can look up and see there's enough space around where the lift has stopped that you might be able to get up there with Frostwing.
I kind of like lazily grab Eliza, and I just kind of like weakly carve the circle, not the circle, but the half circle.
As you do so, Frostwing bursts from that space, still dripping with black. Lights on the ground in front of you. You see what looks to be tears streaming from the crazed eyes.
I don't even look at Frostwing right now.
Hmm?
I don't even really want to look at Frostwing. Or Douglas doesn't even look at Frostwing, really.
He's just staring at you.
Kind of like lower my head in his direction and just kind of hand him Katya. And then just point upwards.
Frostwing looks at Katya. You've kind of set her on the ground, and then looks at you. You hear more footsteps running towards you, cursing. More grunts. Aircross grumbles, starts walking towards them. I told you to get out of here, he says. He glances over his shoulder at you and smiles.
I'll try to give like a weak smile back.
Tell my idiot son. But I am proud of what he did here today. It's about this time that you feel a talon dig into your shoulders. Frostwing has split the talons. They're dug into your flesh. You feel searing pain, almost as though the talons are on fire. And you are yanked backwards. You feel the air kind of rushing around you as you are lifted into the air. There's a shriek from Frostwing as you are pulled upwards.
Just kind of dragging me up.
You guys manage to maneuver around. Thank God Frostwing's rolls are better than everybody else's. You guys manage to maneuver around the lift, soaring up over the top of it, out towards the concrete buildings. You see nobody. This place is dead. Apart from the lifeless bodies, they're just gone. Just like maybe 10 seconds after you top over this lift, bursting through the gates, there is just this rumbling thunderous explosion from deep below. And the entirety of the ground beneath you gives way. Frostwing jerks you, spinning sideways, and you feel the wings closing around you. And you don't really remember much after that. It's not something you can tell how long you've been unconscious. When your eyes open, you see just black, sludge-covered blue feathers laying around you. Frostwing is nowhere to be seen. You're laying on the ground. Eliza is laying on the ground next to you, unconscious. Katya's not moving. Pidge, you guys were about 1.5 miles when the place went up, and this is probably the biggest explosion you've ever seen in your life.
Unfortunately, she doesn't have the mad cackle she normally would, because she wasn't the one that caused it.
That's fair. The children around you are shrieking in concern, huddled together. The others are doing their best to comfort them.
I feel for a pulse for Katya.
You move your hand over, kind of. Are you feeling on her neck?
Like neck, and then if not, like down to her chest.
You feel a weak pulse. You can tell Katya has been hit in the face because there's blood that has just crusted beneath her nose. As you kind of look her over, it looks like maybe some of her ribs have been broken. Her shoulder is dislocated. She has cuts to her arms and to her sides as well. Something akin to what happened to Evan, but not. They didn't have enough time to do that level of damage. Eliza still has shrapnel in her. And you can see the black liquid leaking from her wounds. Interestingly, I was gonna say, interestingly enough to you, Katya's blood does not look that black. It is still a deep, deep red.
That's good, I guess.
You kind of...
Douglas just kind of rolls over and looks up in the sky and just starts crying. Just tears running down his face.
Pidge, you guys have been ushered onto a helicopter. You can only assume the helicopter belongs to the Ladybirds by the way they are confidently moving towards it. They have begun to shuttle you guys back to the closest town. Are you going with them?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go on to accompany the kids, trying to keep Jean. And by the way, it is spelled G-I-A-N, Jean.
Okay.
In case that was what the question marks were for.
Yeah,
you're mostly trying to keep Jean from running back or doing anything crazy at this point.
yeah.
Douglas, you've been laying there for a while. What do you want to do? No one has shown up.
Not even Douglas really knows.
Let's see. You hear a twig snap to your left, maybe 15, 20 minutes later.
Tears still running down his cheeks.
Holy shit. You hear a familiar voice. Footsteps rapidly approaching you. You feel hands on your shoulders, gripping you, kind of shaking you a little bit. Hey, hey, hey! I told you no dying on me! Liam, looking covered in soot. It looks like he was pretty close to this explosion when it went off. Half of the clothing on half of his body is singed.
I just kind of stare at him.
Come on, dumbass, get up!
I try to hold myself up.
He is dragging you to your feet. Come on! Before they call reinforcements, get it together! You've never heard him sound so desperate. You can see on his arm that the device he was using for all of his tech has just singed his entire arm. It is completely damaged, like irreparably damaged, and is burning his flesh. He doesn't even seem to be able to feel it at the moment.
I grab Katya with as much energy as I can. See, master.
Shit. Can you walk very far? He's looking around. You guys are definitely on the side of a mountain somewhere.
I can try to walk.
He curses under his breath, looking around desperately. Okay, hold on. He jogs off to the left. You can see he's jogging, but he's limping. The whole side of his body that was burned looks really badly damaged. He comes back a few minutes later and he says, There's a cave over here. It's not very big, but we could probably shelter in it.
Alright.
He kind of stumbles over and with his good arm curls his fingers into Katya's shirt, just trying to pick her up, staggering.
I know. There.
It's like the first time that he realizes that his other arm is damaged. He's kind of just staring at it, almost like it's not a part of his own body, like he can't feel it.
I bend over and grab Katya.
Eliza, sorry.
Eliza?
Yeah, he was trying to pick Eliza up.
Oh, okay.
He kind of manages to like drag her up over his shoulder, looking at you worriedly. He leads you, the two of you, stumbling together, find yourselves at the mouth of a small cave. He drops to his knees, almost dropping Eliza in the process, manages to catch her with his good arm, lowers her to the ground, then kind of just collapses against the mouth of the little cave.
I just shit the mouth of the cave. I put Katya down inside near Eliza.
Liam at this point has closed his eyes and is not moving anymore. You've survived in the woods for most of your life. What do you want to do? What can you do?
Sit there.
You do. You sit there. You sit there for hours. It's almost like that situation where you've disassociated for so long. You don't know what time of day it is. You don't know what's going on or how much time has passed. Just suddenly you snap back into focus. It's dark. None of the people behind you have moved. And you realize, once again, that feeling, like in your inner room, the feeling of being utterly alone.
Douglas just turns around just to look at them for a second and then goes back to just sitting there with his thoughts.
Okay. I'm gonna let you sit there for a while as long as these rolls continue to be this bad. So, if you want to do anything else. Huh?
No, I don't think rest in peace the rolls, but I don't think Douglas can do anything else right now.
Okay. So it has been about 8 hours since the explosion when you hear coughing behind you.
I turn around and see what's going on.
Katya has moved barely. There's a faint cough coming from her. It sounds almost like she has liquid in her chest with the cough. It's a horrendous sound.
I just stare, just like kind of not knowing how to feel. That it's good that she has moved, or bad that she's coughing so hard.
There's another snap of a twig from somewhere further out. The faintest sound of movement has stopped. Katya is still coughing. You hear the snap of another twig getting closer.
He tries to muster his feet.
You are on your feet.
Muster up as much energy as he can.
You're looking into the trees. You can't see anybody, but you hear movement still.
Do I know which, or does he know which direction the sound is coming from?
Yes.
He just stares up the direction.
Come on, rolls. Oh my god.
That bad?
Yeah. You see a... Oh my god. You see what looks like a wolf. Prowling, crouched low. Its ears laid back flat, moving through the underbrush towards you slowly.
Douglas just stares at the wolf. Tries his hardest to turn part of his arm into his axe.
You get just a hint, like, not even your arm turning into the axe, but rather it's like the edge of your blade has formed along your outer forearm. Just a hint of it. Just enough to be sharp. There's more coughing behind you. The wolf's head snaps that direction, and that's when you notice its eyes. Its eyes are glowing a strange, off purple color. You've seen that glow before. You're almost sure of it.
Continue to stare at the wolf.
You gonna move? You just gonna stay there?
Just try to defend the cave.
The wolf begins to slink back away from you. Never breaking eye contact with you. And you get this feeling as though the wolf is staring into your very soul. It's a disconcerting feeling. It doesn't feel like a wolf looking at you at all. And then there is a just brutally loud gunshot. The wolf staggers and collapses. And you see Vela stumbling out of the trees. She has ripped off a pair of her pants legs and has formed some kind of rough tourniquet around her upper arm, which is appearing to be bleeding heavily. There's a piece of shrapnel actually sticking out of her arm at this point. She looks a little worse for wear. She kind of stumbles back, leaning heavily against a tree. Looks over at you and nods.
I nod back as I collapse, or as Douglas collapses to his knees and onto his hands.
You hear her muttering, doing her best to try and raise someone on her comms, to little avail. Finally, she staggers over to you, kind of drops down in the mouth of the cave beside you, not even daring to look at the people behind you. Kind of grabs your shoulder, forcing you over, trying to look at you, trying to see if there's wounds that she needs to close on you.
Are you left here too?
Say what?
Oh, just Douglas just said you were left here too.
Well, finding out that the whole place was rigged to go up in an event like this was a little short notice.
Yeah, you're telling me.
She kind of pulls her hand back, which is now dripping with this black liquid. She looks very concerned. What did you roll through a patch of crude oil on your way out?
I like smirk a little bit. I'm like, yeah. I tripped.
She has a look on her face like she clearly does not believe you. You know how to make a fire, she mutters.
Make a fire.
You look outdoorsy. She starts to push herself to her knees, begins to gather the closest nearby sticks and kindling that she can find.
Yeah. I like try to tear off pieces of my clothes to use as fuel.
Between the two of you, you guys manage to start a fire. You see her staring at it for a long moment, and then she slowly moves her hand to the piece of metal in her arm. Are you gonna Are you gonna do anything?
Do you help with that?
You don't have any fire-based abilities, do you?
Oh.
You look pretty spent. Go ahead if you want. Take it out. She turns towards you. You know for a fact that as deep as this thing is in here, even with the tourniquet, she's at a good chance of bleeding out if you pull this out.
Just stare at it. It's just like, maybe it's not a great idea to pull it out right now.
I can try and cauterize the wounds with the metal.
You want to get up this piece of shrapnel and burn the shit out of you?
That seemed like a good idea. We don't know how long we're gonna be here, right? I don't know if anybody's coming back for us. I mean, they have to, but...
Yeah, hopefully remember, right?
Hopefully they made it out. You see a look of just concern. Just a distant 1,000-yard stare of uncertainty cross her face.
One didn't make out.
How do you know?
He looked like Douglas is just kind of standing on his words now, like on the edge of fucking crying again. It's like, guess Aircross came to look for me. He went to hold off the men. When I haven't seen him.
He always did have the no man left behind rule. She grabs you by the shoulder. Says, come on. I need your vision clear. She grabs your hand and places it on the piece of shrapnel in her arm. She says, if you don't do it, I will.
He gives like a long sigh as he grabs the piece of shrapnel and just tries to tear it out with bringing as little damage as possible out of it.
You do your best, but you do end up having to wrench it from the bone, which does a pretty decent amount of damage. You drop it into the fire, I assume.
Yeah.
She clasps her fingers tight over the wound, doing her best to stop the bleeding, even with the tourniquet on it. Tourniquet's failing at this point, falling apart. It's singed. She kind of leans over and just rests her head on your shoulder. Pidge, roll me a d20. And for the love of God, roll high.
19.
Thank fucking Jesus. You see smoke. You are in a fire watch tower with Cygnus. She looks a little worse for wear. The two of you are equally banged up, but you're standing at the top of this fire watch tower. She's looking through the scope of a sniper rifle as well as you are when you spot what looks like smoke. It's miles off. It's only a little bit.
I phone it in anyway. I've learned to trust that instinct of, it may seem small, but it ain't.
Douglas, you have watched the flames lick at this metal. You have come to realize that you're not sure the metal's gonna heat heat up enough to be able to cauterize this wound. Do you want to try and make a bigger fire, or burn it, or what do you want to do? At this point, she is resting her head on your shoulder. She hasn't really said anything.
I try to burn it as it is.
Just like the metal against her, or?
Yeah, the metal against her.
Roll me a d20.
16.
You grip the longer end, the less hot end of the metal, and kind of grab her and shift her sideways. She doesn't really move too much as you place the metal against her arm. She doesn't even flinch. As you begin attempting to cauterize it, it's not taking too well. It's beginning to singe slowly, but her movements are lethargic beside you at this point.
Lois is just kind of sitting there in this like disbelief, just like what else can I do kind of thing.
You are attempting to cauterize it. You clasp your hand over the wound, even the remnants of the tourniquet just completely failing, singed off. You watch her hand kind of just lacklusterly move to her neck. She grips the dog tags at her neck, kind of just jerks them free in one smooth motion. Kind of brushes her fingers on the gun at her side. You realize the gun is probably one of her sisters. You're not sure which.
I just kind of sit there in silence, trying to find like any more like leaves or sticks I can throw in the fire.
You kind of scrambled for a few twigs that were nearby, tossing them onto the fire. She reaches over as you're going to throw another piece on the fire and kind of just idly grabs your wrist.
I look over.
So, you gonna tell me about her, finally?
Which one?
You see her eyes moving towards Eliza.
What about her?
You get the sense from her tone that she's trying to make conversation, trying to distract you, trying to keep you coherent.
Well, I've known her since I was a kid. I don't know. Insane.
That's cute.
Yeah. The reason why even at this academy.
And the girl.
small child that we found during a mission. During said mission, all the parents died.
So you're the dad now.
I became a de facto dad.
You can see her eyes lolling closed.
I like try to turn to her and just like tell her, just like, please keep him awake. Please keep him up.
She fights her eyes back open to look up at you. And the asshole over there.
An asshole.
She nods weakly. Her fingers move, patting the gun that is sitting, kind of laying beside her. Make sure you tell Leo it's not her fault when she wakes up.
What, do you think you're gonna die out here?
She smiles up at you faintly. What gave you that idea?
Getting all sentimental and stuff.
Nah, kid, I'm red as rain. I always get up. Pidge, roll me another d20.
11.
You jog forward. You and several of the ladybirds are rounding a corner. You come on to the smoke that you spotted. You had spotted some smoke, and Cygnus had spotted 2 other pylons of smoke rising above the trees. As you turn the corner, you find Lizzie and Maisie crouched around a fire, huddled together. Maisie has a piece of fabric that she has tied around Lizzie's leg, and she's inspecting it. Her eyes snap up to you. Oh, thank God. Thought y'all went and left us.
Oh, why would we do such a thing as that?
I don't know, maybe because the whole plan went to shit, Lizzie says, gritting her teeth and looking away.
Ever got thrown into a teammate by an explosion?
Cygnus frowns beside you, looking around. There's no one else with you? Nah, kid. We're lucky to have gotten out of there when we did. I think Iger went off in that direction. You see her point to y'all's left. He went to go try and find help, but he hasn't come back. Are you going to go after Iger, or are you going to go towards the next pylon of smoke? They are in opposite directions.
Whichever way the ladybirds are going, I'm going the other way.
So Cygnus starts off in the direction of a pylon of smoke.
Okay, then I'm going after Iger.
Okay, so you start chasing after Iger. You are using Ein to follow his trail.
Alright.
Douglas, you are doing your best to keep her awake, and it's not going well. What do you want to do? You want to see if you can do anything with any of the people behind you? Or are you just gonna keep trying to keep her awake? still here. He might have AFK'd.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna hop off.
I got that. And I need to go to bed like here in a fat second, but he's all like, she's still fire.
He's what?
Can she still fire?
She should be able to. I can lock people into their weapon forms. She grabs the gun, weakly slides it over to you, kind of clatters across the ground. You get no response. You see no eyes. Won't be as powerful if she's unconscious, but she still works.
I stare at it like, what if, you know?
Yeah.
But Douglas picks it up, points to the sky and fires.
Tidge, you're tracking after Iger when you hear a gunshot.
I change directions.
Ein stops. You hear footsteps moving through the trees nearby. Douglas, you fire the shot. You lower the gun. You hear shouting in the distance.
Douglas can't muster up anything to shout. He just kind of sits there.
You hear more shouting. It's getting closer. It's still maybe half a mile off. You're not sure if it's good shouting or bad shouting at this point. You can't even tell the difference. You can't hardly hear.
Nor see.
Yeah. It's dark.
And he got blinded. He got flashbang, basically.
Yep. And she's no longer moving beside you.
I try to feel for a heartbeat on her.
Your hands are so cold and numb at this point. You're not sure if she doesn't have one or if you just can't feel anything.
He starts to cry a little bit again.
You hear footsteps once more. More cracking. You feel yourself, in your exhaustion, grabbing the gun, bringing it up in the direction of whoever it is. Your finger slips to the trigger. That's where I'm gonna stop.
Alright. I need to sleep bad. Thought I'd get 3.5 hours of sleep and 2.5.
Nothing a couple monsters can't fix, as you say.
But as I said, I regret saying, not fucking. Alright, go home.
Go to bed.
Good night.
You okay?
Yeah. Just tired.
I'm sure.
My ADHD got to me yesterday. I completely forgot that I have homework.
Oh shit.
Oh, I've got about